scene quickly.
Yeah.
This is the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships, where the moves, they are going to be fast and the stakes are going to be even higher. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and joining me is the man who knows chess inside and out, Grandmaster Daniel King.
Ivanka, I used to know chess inside out, but anyway, I'll do my best. And this is going to be such an exciting event. We've got players from all over the world. I mean, 450 players playing from every corner of the globe. We've got young, we've got old. I mean, it was so exciting just kind of walking through the lobby, bumping into old friends, old stars, young stars. It's going to be great.
It absolutely is. Well, the challenge for our first 52 teams is going to be the Rapid. So let's have a look at what our players will be facing, because it is going to be super intense. It is 12 rounds of Rapid, 4 games going to be played today, and every day for the first 3 days.
And we should say 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. That's the format, as we can see there. Forget about the blitz. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but the most important thing to remember is 4 rounds today, 12 rounds in total, and yeah, rapid. Fast and furious stuff.
It is. It gets very intense very quickly. And let's actually remind ourselves what the players are playing for as well, because there's a lot of money, as the prize money is big. First up, we have like $110,000, euros even.
Euros.
Prize fund. I mean, I'm used to dollars, but euros. And take a look at this. You know, it's a grand total of 500,000 euros. It's $500,000, where 310,000 goes to the Rapid event, 110,000 first prize, and 190,000 for the Blitz. But the Blitz is over the weekend. For the time being, our focus is on the Rapid.
I think what's so interesting about this team championship is the format, the composition of the teams, actually. Before we actually dive into the games, we can see the pairings there. Before we actually dive into the games, the lineup is fascinating because those 6 boards, as we can see there, and on each team, there must be 1 woman and 1 recreational player. That's a funny term, but
it's a player who has never crossed 2,000 in any of the disciplines. So it definitely adds a layer of unpredictability here to this event. And also the fact that, yes, there are 6 players per team, but you can have 9 players registered on the team. That all just adds up to the unpredictability and also to the excitement. So the action has already started.
Okay.
We've set the scene. There's a lot at stake. So let's dive in and look at the games.
So, I mean, the match I really want to take a look at is the favourites. So that's the WR chess team. Their lineup is extraordinary. We've got Alireza Firuzjar on board 1, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura on board 3. I mean, he's one of the great speed chess players. Jan Krzysztof Duda on 4. Ho Ifan is there, the women's board on board 5. And then their recreational player is Vadim Rosenstein. It is the WR chess team, a team made in his image. Yeah. So he's gathered them together. He's sponsoring the team.
Yeah, that is an insane lineup, right? That team is very stacked. Right now, we are having on our cameras, it is Andrei Yesipenko. He's playing for Kaz Chess, which is an incredible team there from Kazakhstan. It has amongst them Richard Rapport playing on the first board, Andrei Yesipenko, and then we have Daumen Sadvakasov. And they are playing a team of basically young prodigies.
Yeah, we're on board 1 for the Turkish Airlines Sports Club. There we see on the left, Faustino Oro from Argentina. He's incredible. I saw him last year in Barcelona, actually, where he had to sit on or almost stand on his chair to reach the 8th rank if he had to play a long move. It was incredible. You know, he almost had to climb on his chair to play the move out. But he's already an international master, and playing Richard Rapport there on the right.
And just 11 years old is Faustino Oro. And he's playing against Richard Rapport, who has the reputation of being one of the most original thinkers in chess out there. Richard with the black pieces, and Faustino, he's really wanting that experience. And then we move over, there we see, these are some of the players that we have playing. We have Luke McShane, one of the England team regulars. He's playing for Malcolm's mates there on board 3.
And I can see just behind Luke, standing up, there's Dominic Lawson, very well-known journalist in England, who is the president of the English Chess Federation. And next to Luke is Gawain Jones. So, they're stalwarts of the English chess team.
Yes, Malcolm's mates is basically the English Olympic team, with Luke McShane, Gawain Jones, and Michael Adams, and also Elmira Mizova. So Luke, there we see him playing with the white pieces against Gan Erdene Sugar from Mongolia. So this is the most fun round, in my opinion, because you have the heavyweights playing off against teams who are the underdogs, but very dangerous.
Do you know what? I'd really like to dive in and look at that board 1 clash between the WR chess team, who are the favourites, and they're playing Sassy Seniors, great name. And that's, we've got quite a few English players in there. Matthew Turner, Jonathan Parker, Stephen Dishman, Rajko Vujatovic, and our old friend Natasha Regan there as well. So let's see, that board. Now, that's Richard Rapport we're looking at, but the board we've got there is Alireza Firuzjar on board 1 for the WR team, and he's playing against Matthew Turner. Have you ever played against Matthew?
I have.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's a tricky player.
He's very tricky. And, well, let's just have a look at this position. So it started out as a Spanish Brea variation. And, well, Alireza has this wonderful knight on f5. I mean, normally in a Spanish, if you get the knight to f5, then it can be really threatening. Kasparov always said it's his favorite attacking piece when there's a king on g8. But the bishop on f8 is guarding g7, so it's actually pretty solid, I would say, for the time being on the king side. I would say Matthew would be reasonably happy with this one, actually.
Yes, it does certainly look equal. The material is balanced. That's always good news when you're playing one of the best in the world. But there are some makings of a kingside attack, I would say, with a knight hovering there on f5, knight on g3, ready to jump in and replace its counterpart. And everything is going to hinge on Alireza now just generating some activity with the pieces. So
I mean,
one thing. See him trade.
I mean, sorry. Yeah. One thing I was going to say is the clock times. Have a look at the clock times. So Alireza has 14 minutes remaining. Matthew is already down to 8 minutes. I think, this could be a very significant factor in this game.
Yeah.
Still feels about equal to me. I don't know, I wouldn't. Okay, first of all, how are we going to recapture? I mean, I think...
He's captured back with a pawn, so that decision we don't need to speculate anymore on. So, and then the question for Alireza is how much time does he use now to find the way to coordinate his pieces, just to put pressure against Matthew? Because one of the things, as you mentioned, is also the clock. Because a technique, which is common when you're playing a low-rated player, is that you keep forcing them to take those decisions, burn the time, and then tick-tock goes the clock, and that's when blunders and everyone loses their nerve.
Yeah, but so far, I think he's holding pretty well. There's Matthew on the right there. I think he's got to be pretty happy. I mean, Matthew, we can see his rating there is 25.06. Alireza's put his bishop back on e3, which pins the knight to the queen. I wonder if, the pin is one thing, and b4 is threatened, but I wonder whether he wants to spin that bishop to d4 at some moment, perhaps, to try and point towards the king side. That might be a possibility.
Yeah, And exactly your plan, he's done. He's relocated the bishop to set up a pin against the knight. And yeah, I do suspect that your idea of going bishop to d4, centralizing the piece, and then, you know, threatening all kinds of things towards black king is actually going to be happening. But it's so impressive, like Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, board 3.
Okay, let's have a look. Where should we switch to? Do you want to have a look at?
Let's stick with the camera view. So let's go down to board 3.
Okay.
And have a visit on the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Steven Dishman.
Okay, so let me see. Nakamura with white. On the surface of it, I mean, I see those bishops. 2 bishops often very strong, but in this case, that pawn on e4, yeah, I'm also looking at this knight potentially flying into c4. The e-pawn is attacked, so I have a funny feeling that Hikaru has this under control. It looks quite pleasant for white, unless I'm overlooking something there. I don't know.
Yeah, I do wonder whether there are any tactical ideas dealing with... Okay, yeah, I got it. So you can go f5.
f5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then once knight to c4 happens, you drop back with your bishop to e7.
Oh, tricky.
And you get out of that double attack.
Okay. I still quite like that knight on c4 somehow.
I agree. It's good.
I mean, I don't know about the trade, but I could always sort of nudge forward. And I mean, these rooks look great, don't they? Whereas black's rooks are split.
Yeah, and also bishop to c8, somehow undeveloping move, because the bishop was, well, at least covering on e4, but maybe we're going to see something like that has to be done, though, Danny, because as you mentioned, knight c4 taking on e4, sorry. That's in the air, and you don't want to be losing material against one of the world's best.
Yeah, but it feels like Hikaru has things under control there. Certainly black is under a bit of pressure. So let me see. Should we go back to... I can see that we've got a few moves in Alireza Firouzja against Matthew Turner.
Okay, shall we revisit that one? And then maybe cast our eyes on different boards of that match?
So queen c6 played, so that was threatening the pawn on g2, and then f3, let's just go back there. Queen c6 played, and then f3 played to block that out.
And there we also see, according to the board, that the knight came to b3. It was a trade.
Okay, well, that's... Again, I think Matthew's doing okay there, actually. Although, yeah, I mean, you pointed out these knights. They're lurking, they're menacing, but they're not delivering yet.
No, and the bishop on e3, it's a relatively loose piece, so you can already see the cheap tactical ideas. But okay, bishop to e6 played by Matthew. As we can see there from our cameras.
I think it's gone bishop d4 and then bishop b6, yeah. So that's solid enough, yeah, after bishop e6. So the knight, our beautiful knight that we keep highlighting, that's actually threatened.
Yeah, you can kind of see a world where black is able to slowly unravel, right? Bishop e6, you know, then to start driving out the knight from f5. And lining up the rook on d8 in order to set up pins. I love pins.
Pins are good. Pins are good. I'm wondering, after bishop e6, is knight h6 possible? It starts to get very, very sharp. Can be taken, bishop f6. This is... I've got to warm up yet. I'm not... it might be okay for black. There are some other things going on there, bishop h3 and all kinds of stuff, but... It's starting to get sharp, and I repeat, Alireza Firouzja, 13 minutes remaining, whereas Matthew Turner down to 5 minutes, only 5 minutes. So I think the question is, can Firuzja keep enough tension in this position to keep it complicated, to maintain the complications. Otherwise, I think Matthew could be okay here, actually. That's good. It's good for the Brits. Oh, what's he done? Oh,
he's lining up the rook.
Yeah,
okay,
rook c1 looks good.
C1, drive the queen away. Also, I can see the queen entering into the fray for white, moving the queen over to g5. Have her sniff around the black king.
Yeah, I think, it's starting to look a little bit tricky. Oh, queen d7. He's queen g5 has come. Oh.
Big threat on the board. Bishop takes knight.
So it's gone queen d7. Yes. It's funny. All of a sudden, it's just everything is pointing at black's king. So it looks pretty good for Firuzja.
Yeah, it's certainly looking very pleasant, right? And Matthew doesn't have so much time. He's going to have to tread carefully. Maybe we take a step backwards from this position and head off.
Where do you want to go to next?
I'm also thinking maybe we should check in on Jonathan Parker against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Parker the marker.
A quick status update there, what's happening in this match, because WR, the chess team, they are the ones to watch, and there we do see on our camera that Matthew did just trade off the bishop for the knight.
So let's go to this game between Jonathan Parker and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now, Jonathan Parker, there you can see him on the right there. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the left. Well, I remember, Jonathan was such a promising junior and, became a grandmaster, but then, he did something sensible with his life, basically. He's working in the city of London.
Yeah.
But, I always remember him. I remember going with him to World Junior competitions, and such a talented player. So it's great to see him. I haven't seen him playing for years, actually. Now, how's he doing? I'm a little bit worried about Vachier-Lagrave's
it does.
Rooks here.
They are bearing down on the B pawn, right?
And that bishop also on h3, that can't be pushed away very easily. So I'm a little bit concerned about his position. Yeah, I've just switched on the eval bar, actually, which shows indeed Maxime does have, it's saying a reasonable advantage to black, and this does look tricky. Time also an issue. I'm concerned about Jonathan's king, actually.
Yeah, the knight on g2 is on such a bad circuit.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I learned about chess when you're doing commentary, is that you have to put your knight on a great circuit. Knight on g2 wants to be on e3, maybe wants to be on c4, just eyeing up the d6 pawn. But as it stands, okay, it's just holding off the black bishop there on h3, which is a menace on the light squares.
This is a tough one. To basically come out of retirement, you're playing one of the strongest rapid play players in the world. But, so it's a tough one for Jonathan.
Yeah. And there we can see in the background, we see young Krzysztof Duda. He has the black pieces against Vujatovic Rajko, who's a familiar face to all English players. And that game, if we just quickly glance at that one, it just looks like black is in full control. Two bishops working very effectively against the black rook. And it's not just that, it's also the fact that the light squares are so weak for white.
Yeah, back to that bishop backed up by the queen, looking at these squares, really beautiful. And Duda has, it looks like he has a very strong attack. Doesn't look great for Raiko there. I wonder if we can let's go to Natasha's game. So Natasha Regan, you've played with Natasha a lot on the English women's chess team. It's fantastic to see her playing, and she's playing against Ho Ifan. The number one woman in the world, I would say. How's she doing?
Yeah, and there you can see the position. Well, she is a pawn down, which is always a problem, right? Because you can get ground down pretty quickly when you're down material. So missing a pawn, is there any chance of defending? Well, also looking at the clock times, that's super important. We see Natasha there with 4 minutes on the clock, whereas Hou Fan has 6 minutes. So I'm expecting that she has to untangle her pieces. She has to drive the rook away from e2. It's too active.
Yeah, I mean, that's the extra pawn on c2 on the queen side, that queen side majority. King f1, as you say, hassling the rook, which presumably has to drop back. It looks like a pretty safe pawn, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the rook's got to drop back, and then maybe, white can even just start exchanging or make sure there's no knight b4 first. I mean, I think basically Ifan is in control there.
Yeah, so it looks like it's bad news for the sassy seniors. I don't think they're going to be getting a point on any of the boards that we've looked at.
Let's just have a look at the recreational board, as they call it. So we have Vadim Rosenstein, who's basically the sponsor of the WR team. How's he getting on it? I would say he's the weak link in the team in a strange way, because he's only rated 1700. How's he doing here? Well, actually, it looks like he's got a pretty good position. Strong center. What's the pawn count? He's a pawn up as well.
And we actually see on the camera there was a result. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave winning against Jonathan Parker. And also a smile there from Ratko of the sassy seniors. He's also lost as well, judging from the king position. So it's 2-0 already for the WR chess team.
Let's just take a look at that final position. So Jonathan Parker white here, and this was the position, and it went rook takes d2. At the moment, let me see, what happens on, or did he lose on time? Or did he just had enough of this position? Yeah, I mean, this looks, okay, I think he's just losing material here. And bishop g4, presumably.
Yep.
And that should finish off. And if queen d2, let me see, check and take the knight, is that winning?
I think the final moves were queen to b6 check.
It was queen b6 check. Okay, that was it. I didn't realize that was the final move. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just take the knight.
Got it. Yep. Yep, that looks pretty convincing. And we had another result. What was the other game?
It was the game
Duda.
Between Jan Krzysztof Duda against Vujatovic. And
Let's
there,
just...
well, the two bishops were always going to crash through. It was just a matter of time.
I've managed to go right back to the beginning. That was clever.
Don't worry.
Okay, yeah, f4 and bishop g3. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty convincing. Beautiful pieces on the attack there. Okay, let's go back to Matthew Turner playing black against Alireza Firuzjar. Now, we were talking about the queen and the knight attacking on the king's side, and it feels like a magnet has drawn all these pieces towards black's king. What was the last move? The last move was indeed queen g4. Now, at the moment, g7 is actually protected.
Well, black's pieces, despite the compact nature of the position, actually look like they're doing a fantastic job. There's no way to crash through. I mean, I'm looking at all the sacrifices, can't see anything working because g7 is heavily defended. And then the question is, if you can't get in via g7, then even the checks, knight h6, you're not really getting anywhere. So how to cause mischief?
It feels a bit icky, though, doesn't it?
Does.
Look at that 7th rank. Oh, dearie me.
It's not pretty chess.
Oh, by the way, you've got 1 minute 15 to defend this with black as well.
It's difficult, right? But for the time being, it's holding firm. And there.
Oh, what's he played?
What he played?
It looks like he's thrown the rook down to. I can only see that on camera. It hasn't appeared on the board yet.
One check.
E2 or E1.
Could be E2. It's on a dark square, so it's definitely rook E1.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll wait for it to appear on the board. Rook E1 check. Well. Okay. So I guess King H2. Alireza's being very careful. He's not blitzing him.
No, he doesn't need to blitz. I mean, you
No.
can take some
No,
time
you
out
take-
and, assess whether king should be okay on f2, because that's a gutsy move, but king h2 is definitely the most logical.
For the most
because,
forcing move, yeah.
Yeah.
Or will he just tuck the king away to h2? I'm a chicken. I want maximum security for my king. I would put it on h2, unless there's some check on the diagonal, but I don't think so.
No, the knight on f5 is covering the key d6 square, whereas the rook on a7 covering c7. But yeah, you do have to work out like bishop to d6 check. But
Yeah.
is black really going to go the counter offensive? No, I don't believe it.
Yeah,
King
king h2, bishop d6, and then you've got to block with, well, certainly the g pawn, that would be horrible, but the f pawn,
Okay.
he's gone king h2. Now, is he going to play bishop d6, f4, and then put the bishop back on f8 and just say, okay, what you got?
Yes. Oh, wow.
Oh, queen down to c1.
Yeah.
So Matthew not lying down here, he's not playing passively. King h2, queen c1.
That's a real bravery there, because you're threatening rook h1. Now the white king is gonna get corralled about, and okay, what does white have?
But what actually is black threatening in that position? So
I thought rook h1. Maybe we can put these on the analysis board.
yeah, okay, so king here. So is this a threat? Because after king g3, queen e1, then bishop f2, the queen
and then
goes
queen goes
back,
to e5.
yeah, then f4, could take a pawn. Then we'll find out what white's threatening at the other end of the board, basically.
Yeah, but in the meantime,
Tricky.
white doesn't have any active moves or any active threats, because the first thing you're looking at is you're kind of assessing knight h6 check. What happens after king h8? Is your knight effective on that square? Where is the point that you need to hone in on? g7, so well protected. So is f6. What is white going to be doing? Maybe you can just play it cool.
Well, can you play it cool in this position? I mean, the move that I'm looking at is, and I don't think this works, is bishop f6. Because if knight takes, then I've got rook g7.
Yeah, we should show that one because it's a beautiful checkmate. So bishop f6, knight takes.
Or does king h8? No checkmate. Or is it checkmate? Oh, rook g8.
And then queen slides
Queen
over to
d4. Did I do it?
You did. Well, knight f6.
Knight f6. Oh no, it's not checkmate.
The piece is just
Okay, and
given
black
away.
is winning. Okay, so my trick with bishop f6 was just losing. Okay, so it's not so easy to blast through. Of course, if white, I was going to say white wants to draw, then, but that's not even this is possible because of queen h6.
Yeah,
Oof.
that is very true. So,
This is trickier than it first looks, actually. I just assumed this just wasn't going anywhere.
yeah, it's looking very tricky, right? So knight h6, not possible because of queen takes h6. I'm sure I said, what about knight h6? And then there is, okay, maybe you can just go bishop c3, because somehow I liked your idea.
You want to just force the issue.
Exactly. And then no
Well,
queen e1.
No queen e1, that's true. Yeah.
And you're just kind of arguing that the queen and rook no longer coordinate for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, there could be some ideas of knight e7 and queen e6, actually. I think that's getting close to breaking through. But of course, it all depends on the counterattack at the other end of the board. But, I mean, for the moment, white's king is, well, I was going to say reasonably secure.
Yeah.
Don't know. It's fun.
Oh, he's reaching for the bishop.
Well, what's he done?
He goes bishop c3, covering
He
the
has
E1
played
square.
good stuff. Well done. Bishop c3. So this forces the issue.
And now for Matthew Towner with the black pieces. Well, he has to move his rook. He gives a check. The king steps up to g3. And there's so much risk here for Matthew because rook h1 is very tempting. But at the same time, you are at risk of putting your rook offside.
It's interesting. The eval bar I mean, we're not getting move suggestions here, but the eval bar says only slight advantage to white. That's incredible. I would have thought that somehow this should be very good for white, but the computer knows better.
Well, the computer's just perfect, right?
Well,
it's got
indeed.
No fear.
But I suspect that to hold this, Matthew is going to have to play very precisely.
Yeah, he's just made G6 as well.
He's played G6.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's played G6, and now I'm thinking your idea of going knight to E7.
But I mean, that exposes the seventh rank completely. So that is an incredibly risky move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there you can see the evaluation bar there on the right side. It
doesn't
shot
like
up
it.
all in white's favor. So your move, knight to E7, just looks great, doesn't it? Just take control over the defense. He's reaching for the knight. Where's he going to go? Knight E7. And the white king, safe for the time being.
Okay, so let's just check this out. So if this is take, so knight E7, bishop takes. Now, you could just play rook takes. The problem with queen check is that, and then taking on E7, it allows queen G5.
Yeah, but the king can hide to F2.
Is it safe on F2?
Yeah.
If it's safe, then queen H4. Okay, well, it's being played out.
Okay, well,
He's
got no time.
Yeah, he's played king H8 anyway. I mean, I think even if that line wasn't working, you could just play rook takes and it's game over.
Yeah.
So anyway, king H8 played.
And the one now it becomes really relevant. Can you just dive in with the queen to E6? And we were looking at
So then queen G5.
queen G5 check. Maybe we can play this one out.
So, okay, yeah. So king H8 played. Now we're looking at, this is our daft analysis. And king F2,
F2.
is there a good check?
Queen H4. You've got to keep checking to keep the game alive. And now, yeah, the E1 square is covered. You can also go, yep, king E2, the evaluation bar doesn't change. So
Still
I
likes
like
it. Yeah, I mean, I think this endgame looks absolutely terrible for
And
black.
here I was just going to say you can go rook A8. And there we see a handshake after queen to... Actually, what was the last move? I just assumed queen E6 was played and handshake, but no, it's something else.
The live board hasn't caught up, actually, but I think after he played G6, it's certainly lost. I think that's gone. So far, the WR team looking very good. They've had 3 wins so far. No, that's 4 wins now. So, yeah, it's match over.
Yeah. And by the way, I think the final move was rook A8. Beautiful move there from Alireza, very clinical.
Immediately.
Yeah, rook
yes.
A8, and then just pick up the piece.
Yeah,
So,
that's nice and safe. Yeah.
No need for calculation, right?
Very good. Yeah, with the queen there. So Alireza, actually a pretty smooth game from him.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. Where do you want to go next?
Okay, so it looks like WR Chess, they are doing the business. Maybe we can have a look at some of the other games. Maybe we can drop down to match 2.
Yep.
Because there are some very exciting matches there. Richard Report against Faustino Oro, just 11 years old. And Richard, one of the most creative players around. And, well.
There we go. Faustino on the left, from Argentina, but now living in Spain. His parents have moved over there with him. And he did that to get as much practice as possible. There were just more tournaments around Spain and Europe. And he's playing Richard Rapport. So let's have a look at that board. So Rapport playing black. And this looks pretty good. I do love center pawns. So, I mean, one thing is that Richard is a pawn up, but those center pawns give the king very nice protection. And at the moment, white's king is being checked all over the place. And I think another pawn is going to drop. If the king comes back, for example, then, well, first thing that crosses my mind is just to do this and to exchange, and let's take another pawn. I mean, I think this is winning for Richard.
Okay.
I mean, there might be simpler ways, I don't know.
And there we see, we caught the handshake. Richard Report does win. Danny, you hit the nail on the head. Maybe we can go down to the game between Damen Sadvakasov against Liu Miaoyi. Liu Miaoyi is such a fantastic talent.
Just before we leave that game, I mean, I was winning paltry pawns, but in fact, the threat is to play rook c5, and when the king goes to e6, rook e5 mate. And I think that's persuaded Faustino to give up the ghost. So yes, which game? Which game?
Okay, it's between Liu Miaoyi, I think she's 14 years old, against Damen Sadvakasov, and a grandmaster from Kazakhstan. And Liu Miaoyi, she's famous for her very aggressive style. You give her the initiative and you have basically just invited a monster to come in and take over your position. And so what's happening here, the player's playing super quickly.
She's got a fantastic position. We've got an Octopus Knight. I'm very excited. I do love my Octopus Knights. This knight's reaching out across the board, and black's king very exposed. The rook on h1 really active. I mean, it looks tremendous. The only thing is that queen is a little bit offside. If the queen comes into the game in combination with the knight and rook, then it's game over. What's the clock times? At the moment, it says on the screen that Liu has no time left. So, I mean, is she just playing on the increment? I think I've got to catch up on the live board.
Yeah, I'm sure that the clocks need to play catch up. And there you can see, she is playing on the increment. I see a 0 there. So seconds left. This is where things can go sharply wrong, and there you see there on the board that the rook has come to give a check. So I don't think the live board has actually caught up with the players. They are playing so fast.
Yeah, I'm afraid if we can get a better camera angle on that, it would be good. But yeah, my live board has frozen basically. I think they're playing too quickly, so who knows what's going on there. But in this position, all we can say is that Liu has a winning position here. Whether she managed to convert with so little time is another question.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we can just have a look at another game in that match. Maybe we can go and check in on Yesipenko.
Yesipenko,
against,
okay. So we had Khagan Ahmad against Andrei Yesipenko. So let me see, let me tune into this one. At the moment, Ahmad looks like a pawn up. Active rook for white in compensation. I would think this is going to be a draw, actually, by the looks of this one. Very hard to use that extra pawn.
Yeah,
sorry.
We can see from the cameras that of the players, they've really played a lot more moves than the live board indicates. But so let's just follow the camera, and there we can see Zhu Yuanwang, which is the mother of Liu Miaoyi. She's observing her teammates.
Okay, but actually, I would say that I haven't got the graphic board, hasn't caught up, but looking at that position, it looks like Ahmad is a pawn up in the rook and pawn endgame. Now, normally, pawns on the same side, it should be a draw. However, Yesipenko's king is cut off. So ignore that graphic board, everyone.
Yeah. Let's take it away.
Let's take that graphic board away.
Let's just have the camera.
If we concentrate on what's actually going on the board, and this could still be, this is very, very difficult for white, because that you can see the king is just marching in, and white's king is cut off. It can't get back. There we see Yesipenko has moved it back. Now, can he organize for that king to march to f4? At the moment, king f4 will be met by rook takes f6.
Yeah, and there you see the rook just being cut off for Yesipenko. Yeah, he's not going to be happy, actually, to be groveling a draw against a big talent. But his team are doing incredibly well. They're looking to be winning the match.
It's probably a draw, but it's tough to defend. the problem is that black's king can't march in terribly easily. One can try, though. Right, where are we going to go next? Oh,
Yeah, let's.
we're going to go back to it.
Well, we can get a clear view of the board, because I mean, so many games are finished. You can just see from the camera angle that Zhu Yangyuan, she is watching her teammate play, and there we can see a very clear picture that Yesipenko is a pawn down, as you indicated. Black has pawns on f6 and g5, and is looking to squeeze out a victory. So it looks like a draw, but I mean, there's a few things that complicate the matter, and that is that the white king is cut off.
I think the problem is black's king needs to advance, and it's very, very hard to organize that. So I think it's actually still a draw. Okay, the king has come back. Yeah. I mean, he's going to have to play rook e6, offer an exchange of rooks again, and then somehow reset. I mean, I think time is the big issue there. You can see that, oh, there we have the position on the board. So this is the issue. As Ivanka mentioned, white's king can't connect with that pawn on f3. This black king would like to come forward, but it's stopped from doing that by the rook coming here, or that rook can also hit the pawn on f6. So I think it's still a draw, but if you look at the clock times, I mean, I can see that they've got about half a minute each. They do get 10 seconds, of course, every time they make a move. But, yeah, our graphics board has frozen again, of course.
Okay. Well, we're expecting this one to head into draw, but there is one other game still going on in that match, and that is between Liu Maoyi and Darman Sadvakasov. Maybe we can switch that one, because we have another rook and pawn endgame. But this one, well, it's clearly white who is pushing for the win with 2 extra pawns.
Okay.
So this one looks like it should be pretty winning. 2 extra pawns. They're usually a good sign, Danny.
Definitely. I do like this one. So yes, I think white's king is going to march across to b3, and then the rook will have to make a decision where to go. So, I mean, really, it needs to remain behind the a pawn, but yeah, the king could well advance at that point. So, looks like it's winning for Liu. So
we actually see the players set up the pieces.
Ah, is that game over?
Yeah, it is game over. Very difficult to tell whether it's winning, but I would suggest from the behavior of the players afterwards that it is the 14-year-old that is there with a smile, leaving victorious.
Sadvakasov was more eager to leave the board than Liu was. Let's put it like that. But that is, what a scalp. Yeah. I mean, that's a tremendous result. So excellent result. So what's happening in that match?
So it looks like Kazchas are doing the business. So there was an upset on the board that we just saw between Liu Maoyi and Sadvakasov, but everyone else, and also barring the game between Yesipenko and Ahmed, Ansat Alia, he did beat Yu Yanruan, and Kamaledinova, she beat Soham Lohia. So I think we are good to go on that one.
Okay, so let's just quick look at the Yesipenko Ahmad game, but don't think he's making progress, but well, he might be getting somewhere now. Ignore the graphics board, but basically that f-pawn, Ahmad has advanced the f-pawn down to f4, and that's progress, because it means that the rook can attack the pawn on f3. There we go. Now the graphics board is up to date. Oh, we've got an exchange, and that is winning for black. Mm-hmm. Ahmad has done it. Now that is incredibly impressive. So this is a winning king and pawn endgame. Or is it? No, hang on. King's come to e2, king d4, king there. Can we drag? Or maybe it's not. No, this is a draw.
44 seconds for Kagan, and
yeah, because white maintains the opposition. So
nicely calculated there from Esipenko. And it's all to do, as you mentioned there, Danny, that white is able just to keep the opposition going.
Oh, but it's not. King c2, now g4. Now g4. So, oh no, but then the king gets back in time. That's the problem, yeah.
Well, the king can step one side over to the B line, but that's not going to be advisable because then the king steps forward to
I've got to tune
D3.
into this. So our graphics board hasn't caught up yet. So basically, yeah, I mean, I want to push with g4, but that gets taken f3, and white's king gets back just in time. So I think this is a draw. Yeah, maintaining the opposition with king c1.
And I like how he puts his king on the same color square as black. It's very important to maintain the opposition like that. So wherever the black king goes, now I'm going to expect the white king to sidestep, do exactly the same. You have to be ready to meet the advance of king to, there we see king to e6. And then here, you need to hold the opposition. So for Esipenko, he doesn't have so much time, but he's managed to get it up to 31 seconds, and it's ticking down. So he now has to work out where to put the king.
Yeah, this is still very tricky because Ahmad has the possibility to go around the other side, go around the blind side, and threaten to come in from both sides. And white has to get exactly the right square. So this is still tricky. I think it's a draw, but it's very, very possible to mess up, particularly when you have, well, you can see Esipenko has 20 seconds left. Oh my word.
Oh, now it's really ticking down. Where's he going to put the king? He goes king to f1. So he's planning to meet this whole thing that once the black king comes to h5, he's ready to meet it with king to h3.
But that's the tricky move, king f7, because basically black keeps the option open, so white has to remain flexible as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I think it's still a draw. Are there any other games going on still? Are we?
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether...
Don't know if we get the camera on it. Yeah, on the live board. Yeah.
Up with the actual game. But things are looking very good for Malcolm's mates.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're well in form. So we see wins there for Mickey Adams, Ivan Saric, Elmira Mozovova. And there we see that on our screens, Andrei Esipenko is fighting in this very tricky king and pawn endgame to maintain the opposition. Also, he has to factor in how many times they've repeated the position.
Can they claim a draw? Seriously, because they're not recording the moves. I mean, I don't know the rules. I wouldn't have thought so, because surely you have to kind of write your move down first, or...
The players, their moves are being recorded in a way. You can consult the arbiter in this type of chess and say, I think the position has repeated 3 times, I think. I'm not an arbiter.
I can hear it. Yeah, so basically you can see the kings opposite each other, and that's the distant opposition, so-called. Mm-hmm. And so Esipenko is still holding the draw.
And that's very important that Esipenko just steps up with his king and maintains the opposition. There you go.
Ooh. Ooh.
He's saying, hey, I'm doing something called the long opposition. So if the black king steps up one move, and now he has to be tricky. Now he has to be very careful because he cannot copy and put the king on b2 because then g4 is going to be the breakthrough. So Esipenko takes control over the e2, and his whole idea is if you step there, and you have a draw. Wow, and a smile there from the youngster. For Esipenko, he's not happy.
But Ahmad trying to think, did he miss a win? He's wondering. I mean, he was obviously better. He was a pawn up in that game. Came so close. So I mean, Khagan Ahmad from Azerbaijan, and yet another great talent from Azerbaijan. And yeah, you say he's 14 years old. You've done your homework.
No, I haven't actually heard of this young talent, Karan.
No, it's news to me.
He is just 14, maybe 15 years old. And Faustino Oro, definitely the youngster of the moment, 11 years old. Well, he went down to Richard Rapport's. So exciting first round. It was as expected from the games that we saw, that the giant teams with their legendary grandmasters, with their superstars, they just steamrolled it over. Rolled it.
I know what you mean.
Over their competitors. So, yeah, I mean, it was great news for WR. They seem to have done the business.
But Lou did very well to defeat Sadvakasov. So, yeah, that was a nice result. But, yeah, it followed the form books, basically, from what we can see. I think the round is drawing to a close. I mean, can't see any more results on my board. However, don't go away, because we do have more stuff coming up. We've got videos coming up of things that have been happening in London over the past few days, and we have an interview as well with a Nobel Prize winner coming up.
See you then. Welcome back to day one of World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. So we've got round one in the books, and we are joined here in the studio by a very special guest, Venki Ramakrishnan, who is a Nobel Prize winner from 2009 in chemistry. It's absolutely incredible to have you here. And you made the first move in the game between Ali Reza Firouzja and Matthew Turner. So first up,
it was very exciting, and I tried not to make some naff move like H4 or something, just as a joke.
You resisted the
I
temptation.
resisted the temptation.
So what did you play?
Well, I asked him what he'd like to play, and I played E4.
You chickened out. Well done, well done. So what's your impression? I mean, how much chess do you play?
Well, I haven't played chess for, I'm sorry to say, maybe 2 or 3 decades. But when I was 19, I moved to the US from India. And then I got seriously into chess, partly because I was not enthused by my studies in physics. And so I quickly became reasonably good, you know, sort of, I don't know if you call them A-level players here, 1800 or so rating. And then I joined the Ohio University chess team and played for them for a couple of years. And then I realized that I was spending so much time on chess that my studies were suffering. And it was either, either being a really bad chess player or making my way in science. And so I stopped. But I've kept an interest in chess. And I had one very funny experience. A few years later, I was a research fellow at Yale. And I hadn't played chess for a few years by then. But there was an international chess master from Russia who was playing a simultaneous exhibition, and anyone could enter. And of course, the people on the Yale chess team were pretty good, and they had entered. But there were also a few people like me. And within about 10 or 15 moves, he had me completely tied up in knots. And a few moves later, I just had to resign. And so I got up and I said to him, in Russian, I said, "Вы играете в шахматы очень хорошо," which means you play chess very well. And he looked at me and he said, "Oh, you speak Russian. Your Russian is much better than your chess."
Whoa!
that's very harsh.
Squashed. Oh, that's tough. So, sorry, Yovi.
I was going to ask you, so you haven't played chess for a long time. So what was it like being here in the playing hall, seeing all of these big names?
It's fantastic because some of these names, you know, I met Vishy Anand a few years ago, and we've gotten to know each other, and that's the reason I'm here. But some of these people I've sort of read about or heard about, and especially, you know, there are a lot of young stars now rising. And so it's really exciting to be here. And I've never seen an international speed chess tournament before, you know, rapid chess or blitz chess. And that has its own dynamic, as we saw from the games you analyzed. And so that was very interesting too.
Yeah. So you say you're friends with Vishy, then of course, what's happened to India over the past decade or so is quite extraordinary.
It's extraordinary. It's not, you know, when I was really keen on chess, there was the Soviet Union, which was this big powerhouse. And of course, I became interested in chess in the era of Bobby Fischer, and I was in the US at the time. And, you know, it was sort of the Soviet Union versus the rest. You know, that's how it was. There were some good players in Europe. There were a few in the US and even fewer elsewhere. And I think one thing that Vishy's winning the World Championship and also his kind of interest in developing and encouraging young players is that chess is much more widespread now, especially in Asia, where Asia was not a big powerhouse. I think when I was young, in those days, there was only one Asian grandmaster from the Philippines. You know, I think his name was Eugene Torre.
Torre, yeah. Oh, no, you know your stuff. Absolutely.
And so, you know, now to see people from Asia rising to the very highest ranks, and then also spreading out elsewhere, that's remarkable.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not not just in India, but it's China, it's Uzbekistan, it's Kazakhstan. It's quite
Exactly.
extraordinary
Yeah.
how the rise of the Asian nations in chess.
Yeah, and it's spreading elsewhere. You can
Yeah.
see that, and that part of that is the internet, which I would have thought when Deep Blue beat Kasparov. One part of me thought that was the end of chess, for humans, because I thought, well, now if a computer can beat the world's best player, what's the point?
Yeah.
But then I realized, we still ride horses because we like to,
Yeah.
and even though they don't go as fast as airplanes or
Yeah.
cars and so on, and we like that adventure, that intellectual effort and adventure.
But it's more than that. Actually, computers have taken human chess to the next level.
That's right.
because
There's a collaboration going on.
Exactly, and I'm sure it's the same in the sciences
Oh,
as well.
absolutely.
That
AI,
there are
for
great
example,
parallels. Yeah,
It has revolutionized a lot of my own science.
yeah.
And so, and by the way, one of the people who did that, Demis Hassabis, was a very serious chess player.
Oh yeah,
himself.
we know Demis very well. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were playing against him in England. So yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean I think these parallels are very, very interesting. So molecular biology, that's your thing. I mean, how has AI impacted exactly
So one
on
thing
that?
that Demis and his colleagues did was figure out how, given the sequence of a protein, that is, the order in which the amino acids are linked up in the protein chain, we've known for a long time that order has the information in it on how to fold up the protein, because in the cell, it spontaneously folds up. But we didn't know how to predict that final configuration. And what Demis and his colleagues like John Jumper and others did was to take that sequence and use AI to predict how it would fold up. Now, before that, you had to laboriously calculate experimentally what the structure was. You had to crystallize it or do it by electron microscopy. But now, at least as a first step, you can predict those structures. And that's really revolutionized the whole field of structural and cell biology, because it's the structure of these molecules that gives them their function. And so you have to, knowing the structure is extremely important to understanding how it works.
Yeah.
And so that's one example. But there are many other examples where AI is gradually, and not just AI, but computation generally is impinging on.
Yeah. Well, it's happened in chess as well, so that certain endgames have basically been solved, and some positions, some openings, you just don't go there anymore because 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, you'd think, well, maybe it's playable.
Yeah.
But now you'd just be mad to go in for.
Oh, because
Some
AI has shown you.
It's just
the
solved
way.
it.
It's solved.
Yeah,
it's
you just
solved
don't
it
touch
anyway.
it anymore.
So what are some examples, just out of curiosity?
Oh, golly, I mean, stuff that was always a bit speculative. Sorry.
So in the end games, we have such thing called table bases, where the computers have all figured out exactly what is the technique to winning this.
I see.
And it's gotten better and better, so now I think it's up to 7-piece end games. And in terms of certain openings, I mean, there's a famous story that when AlphaZero first started learning chess, it tried an opening called the Caro-Kann, which is like my opening, e4 c6. Played it against itself many, many times and went, no, not good enough. And then it went
So
to the French
Caro-Kann
defense.
has been.
Oh,
Well,
no.
it didn't like it. It
didn't
didn't
like
like
it.
it. And then
I
it tried the French. And then, played many, many times. And it was like, nope, not good. And then it came to the conclusion that e4, e5 is the best response. And
Really? Not Sicilian?
No.
Little bit dubious, apparently. But listen, that's at a very high level, and you can only say that it's managed to achieve promising positions. When you think at human level, of course, the Caro-Kann, the French, they're still completely playable. But I'm thinking about very specific things like the King's Gambit, or maybe some very sharp variations of the Najdorf, that kind of thing. You just don't touch them anymore.
Oh, I see. Because the AI programs have figured it out.
Yeah.
Just don't go there.
How about the Marshall attack?
That's also been pretty much worked out, but it kind of worked out to a draw.
Yeah, Marshall's okay. No, that's one of that's actually sound for black.
It is sound, you know.
interesting,
Certain,
At least to my knowledge. But
Do on a personal level, do you think that there is a future for human creativity, especially with the advance of
I certainly
genes?
hope so.
Yeah.
I have a nephew who works for OpenAI, and when I ask him that, it seems a little unclear, but the thing that is clear is that the pace of development in AI is extraordinary. So I think we're at a stage where it's extremely hard to predict where AI is going to be. It could be that it reaches some sort of plateau and then, you know, nothing happens for a while because it's reached some sort of stumbling block. Or it just keeps going. And we just don't know. But I have a feeling, at least I hope, that there's always a place for human creativity. And I hope it'll be one of these things like it is in science today, or as you say, in chess, where it becomes a collaboration, where we have a vision for where to go and what to do, and the AI programs help us. But I have a question. Were you surprised at the nature of the games that AlphaZero played? Because I was. I thought it would play a very brute force, sort of calculating sort of game. And it turned out it played a very open and attacking sort of game.
Absolutely. No, it was a total surprise. I mean, when these games were first published, then we couldn't quite believe it that it went against the kind of accepted wisdom of how computers were playing, which was, as you say, very brute force, very materialistic. But that's how it's developed. It's shown that piece activity is paramount in so many positions, and I think that was a very, very exciting development.
Yeah. You could almost think of it as creative, right? I mean, it was playing a very creative style.
But it certainly influenced a lot of human games, because I think people naturally became more aggressive. People were sacking pawns just because they had activity, whereas before it was slightly frowned upon. So I think it changed things completely.
So it changed human playing as well.
Absolutely did.
Well, that's good.
Definitely.
That's actually perhaps for the better, right?
Like the top players all were looking at the games and they all started adopting to its style. Like for instance, as Danny refers to, it played chess in a completely different way. So one of the things it did that a lot of English players, I would say, did before in the past was it just pushed the H pawns, the wing pawns, pushed it far up the board, and it did it in a more sophisticated style, because usually we were doing it to checkmate, and this time it just did it to grab space and get ready for an endgame. And suddenly you saw this kind of chess being utilized.
Yeah, this wasn't always a good thing, because it basically justified this incredibly crude Anglo-Saxon aggression. But it's, as Ivanka said, it's knowing when to apply these things, and that's the really tricky thing. Yeah. So there we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
So have you regained the chess bug after watching the first round?
Oh, I think so. But I think I've written a book about aging. The biology of aging, called Why We Die. And one of the things is that our ability to learn new things and develop. It does decline with age, and you might argue, for example, that I started playing chess seriously only when I was about 19 or 20, which is already a bit late, to reach really become a top level chess player. And so I don't know what I can expect now. I'm over 70, and so I think it'll be more pleasant for me to just, watch games and enjoy really great games. I think that's.
But I think that's the thing. I think we all change our relationship with chess as we grow older. When I was a kid, I was completely obsessed, and I just had to play all the time. I wanted to play all the time. Couldn't get enough of it. And now, well, I don't play any longer professionally, but I still absolutely love the game, and I love analyzing. I love coaching and helping other people. I really enjoy the commentary. I like the buzz of watching these top games. So I think, one's relationship changes.
You're both very good commentators, I have to say. Even after 2 or 3 decades of not playing, it all sort of came back to me while you were analyzing your games. You know, it was really
Thank you.
quite.
Thank you very
quite
much
Thank you
indeed.
very much.
Yeah.
And I think I will end on a high. And I say thank
Yes.
you very much, Benji, for joining us here in the studio and just sharing with us your thoughts.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
And we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to break down some of the highlights of round one.
of the game, really. I mean, we can, be rivals at the board, but it's all friendly. After the game ends, I guess we all know each other. We have been, sharing tournaments and leagues and matches throughout the years, and even some of them have been teammates in previous tournaments. So it's always interesting to play against someone you know. I even have one of my colleagues at work playing at a different team. So I think it will be quite interesting to see so many, familiar faces from the local community, and also a lot of famous grandmasters for the.
Great stuff there from Charlie. It's all about Hammersmith Chess Club and the Mind Sports Centre, which is such a fantastic initiative. And they're playing in this event. It's nice to see that they scored a point.
They've got a team here, and I tell you, Hammersmith Chess Club is absolutely cooking. There's so much going on there. There's a tremendous spirit within the club. There's stuff for juniors, stuff for women, stuff for everyone. And also, if you fancy a game of bridge or playing Go, you can also play it there because it's a Mind Sports Centre and it's a really nice building. So if you're around West London and you're looking for a chess club, Hammersmith is the place to be. It's just around the corner from here, actually.
Absolutely. And round one was all about the heavyweights against the underdogs. Well, round two is coming up and it's going to get a lot closer. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to have more twists, more turns, and more surprises. So stick with us.
Hello, I'm John Spielman. I'm a rather ancient grandmaster. About 35 years ago I was in the world's top 10 and I played in the candidates match at one point, the semi-final of the candidates. I'm a Londoner. I've lived in London all my life except for when I was at university, and I'm delighted to be able to show you some of the highlights of chess life in London. I should say I'm in no way an historian, and that there will be people who, and possibly corpses, who are spinning at the thought of me talking about any chess history, but there we are. They'll have to spin. This is Simpson's in the Strand behind me. It's the entrance. It's closed for renovation at the moment. About 175 years ago or so, it was the centre of the chess world. It started as some sort of tavern. I think the Fountain Tavern became a cigar divan, and in 1848 Samuel Rice, I think it was, and John Simpson opened a coffee house, which was a big deal at that time. Coffee was very expensive, and together with the coffee they used to play chess. And in order that the gentlemen, I assume it was all gentlemen, could play chess, they used to wheel great joints of meat to the tables, but on trolleys, which were quiet, so that the poor darlings weren't interfered with by the disturbed by the noise of the meat approaching. Anyway, it became a great centre for chess, and they used to play matches against other coffee houses, which I've read yesterday. Gentlemen in runners in top hats used to carry the moves from this coffee house to another one so that they could do battle. And during the 1851 tournament in London, the first great international tournament, it was where Adolf Anderssen, who was unofficially the world champion, where he played a friendly game with Lionel Kiersaritsky, which became known throughout the chess world and throughout chess history as the immortal game. When the World Championship match between Nigel Short and Garry Kasparov was held in the Savoy Theatre, which we'll go to next, this was where the press centre was, and before I played Nigel for my first of 2 candidates matches, Nigel and I were interviewed here by a gentleman who seemed to actually be good at interviewing. And, you know, people interview, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And very luckily, I didn't discover till afterwards that this was by Stephen Fry, who is a very famous comedian, polyglot and polymath. And had I known, I'd probably have been blushing and tongue-tied, but since I didn't yet, I was so out of the loop, I gave a reasonable interview, I hope. Later, he hosted, there was a TV program about when we played in the Thessaloniki Olympiad, and he was the host of that. So, Simpsons later, yeah, it was the press centre for Shortgate Kasparov Short, and about 20 years ago, there were a series of tournaments, the Staunton Memorial Tournaments, held by Raymond Keane, in this building again. I believe, I looked it up, to my surprise, I won the first one and I was second equal in the next 2. I think there were 2, I was second equal first to Dan King and then to Jonathan Levitt, but first equal but second. And then we had a few more, it got stronger. In 2007 I was splatted, and that's the first time I played Gawain Jones. And they had a match here between a Dutch team with people like Ivan Sokolov and an English team in 2009 as well. So it's always been a centre for British chess. It has its dining room where you can get very traditional English food, sort of roast beef and excellent puddings. And at the moment, unfortunately, well, it's closed for renovation. We hope it'll open soon and that there will be occasions when chess events are held here too.
We are back. Well, round one was a relatively smooth affair for our heavyweight teams. A lot of them just cruised through. But round two is a completely different kettle of fish, as suddenly we're going to see some big matchups. Take a look at the pairings. Danny, they are really, really good. For round two, where we see, well, there we see we already started from match 14.
They're not the top pairings, are they?
They're not the top pairings, but they're also very exciting as well. So Trank Istanbul against Mongolia, but I can tell you that on board one, it's a huge one because it's Generation XYZA against WR Chess Team. And so we're seeing already on the top board, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Alireza Firouzja.
I know we had a bit of a glitch with the pairings there, seeing boards 14 downwards, but actually it just shows you the kind of variety of teams and team names, but also, you know, there are players from absolutely all over the world here. But yeah, that top board, Alireza Firouzja against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, two absolute speed specialists. I mean, I always think of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov as actually a blitz specialist, but he's not bad at rapid play as well. But Alireza, he's the man. So this is going to be a tough one for Mamedyarov here, actually.
It's certainly going to be very tough. I mean, it's going to be a big obstacle course, I think, for the top teams in general, because they are facing a lot of young talents, a lot of underrated players, and big names in the case of Alireza Firouzja, who is black against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Now, the great thing about playing Shak is that you are guaranteed a fight, whether you're black or white.
Yeah, but he likes his kingside. He likes to play d4, and then the kingside fianchetto. That's his speciality. And Alireza is playing very, very solid variation, playing c5 and knight c6. Now, if Shak wants to get that slight advantage, he can take on c5 and play this position. No, he's gone h3. So that's allowing Alireza to exchange on d4.
Yeah, and simply also protecting the knight on f3, because one of the things that you have when you have maximum tension in the center is that you start to undermine the protectors of d4. In this case, it would be the knight on f3, so that's why we're seeing h3. There are other moves, as Danny indicated, d takes c5, d5 is another one that I've tried, and there we're going to see. It is exchange in the center, everything comes off, and now what is Alireza going to do? He comes out with a bishop, or he's perhaps threatening to jump in with a knight to the center, to d5, and start destabilizing the white pawn structure. So I'm expecting a move like queen to d3 to appear. You've got to keep an eye on the pawn on c4.
I wonder if, yeah, it could get a bit tricky already, actually. Queen d3, you know, can you hit that c pawn? You see, this pawn move, h3, looks a bit dodgy to me. You know, it's a bit loose. I mean, after queen, actually, is there some weird tactic? After queen d3, can we play queen c8 and hit two pawns, by the way?
That's true. You can actually do that.
Don't know.
Yeah.
h3 looked...
In
you know,
that case...
If we go, sorry, can I just jump back to that position after 7 moves? h3 looks a bit strange to me. As you pointed out, d5 is the move that's, you know, the recommended move if you're really going for it, or you can take on c5. But h3 looks very strange to me, because it is a loose pawn.
Yeah, it is, certainly. So that's probably why queen to d3 doesn't really work, on account of the queen to c8 idea that you subtly highlighted, attacking c4 and h3. So in that case, the queen has to swing over to h4. But then again, you're going to have issues on the long diagonal. I'm thinking of a1 and g7, because rook to c8 is tempting.
I'm not surprised that Shak is taking his time here. h3 feels like he's, you know, played in haste and now he's repenting at leisure. Yeah, he's already burned 3 minutes, and Alireza 15 minutes remaining. Shall we switch to another board?
Yeah, so we suspect Shakira is in a little bit of trouble there, as he has to decide how is he going to keep an eye on those 2 pawns. So let's move over to the game between Edis Gurel and Maxime Vacher-Legrave.
Well, let's go from the top. Sicilian and c3, knight f6. Oh no, this is unusual. So here, Maxime, instead of playing the standard d4, has played a3. Okay, a little bit strange. I mean, sometimes this move comes a little bit later. And after this, and c4. So many pawn moves. Oh, I get nervous about making so many pawn moves.
It's modern day chess, Danny.
Right, okay.
It's just ignoring the rules of development. Well, okay, well now black is also responding in kind. I think this is also makes a lot of sense. You challenge in the center, and there,
But look, you know, black has got lots of
Yeah.
pieces in the game,
But the
and
fun
white's
is
only
yet-
got one.
The fun is yet to come, Danny, because a big move has been played on the board as we speak. White has castle, queen side is opposite side castling, so let's just dash there. Sorry.
Okay, well,
It's
okay,
my
well,
favorite thing.
what was black's? The live board hasn't caught up.
Uh-huh.
So what did
The knight
Edis
still
play?
King h8. King h8. And
He
then,
played king h8 first.
Yes.
Right.
And then castle, queen side appeared.
And then castle's queenside and
Yeah.
f5.
And a lot of us would be feeling nervous because there's a rook on d1 and there's a black queen on d8, and you're like, okay, problems, get the queen out of the eye line of the rook. But Edis is like, hey, no, f5. Let's start asking questions.
I mean, if it weren't for this potential pin, then I would really love black's position, because I love it when you get these F and E pawns rolling down the board as you get in so many Sicilian positions. You get it, you know, in the Kalashnikov, the Sveshnikov, sometimes the Najdorf as well. This, you know, this pawn steamroller. But there are tic-tacs here. So this is tricky, very tricky. We should say that Edis Gurel from Turkey, I mean, he is another incredible talent. I'm not quite sure how old he is now. Is he 15 already?
Around 15, 16?
Yeah. I mean, I remember when he was playing in the Tata Steel tournaments a couple of years ago, in the Challengers tournament. And he was just playing some fantastic games. So knight b3 played by Maxime.
Well,
And that pin.
I was going to say, making the intentions very clear, because c5 is coming black's way, so you have to get out of that. So you can go queen f6, kind of appeals to me, because I like to go forward.
Yep. Can it be hit? Bishop g5, queen across. Seems okay. Yep.
Yeah. Still, I guess, you know, questions are going to be asked, you know, wherever you go.
Seems like a very logical move. Queen f6. Yeah. I mean, certainly quite an unusual position.
Yeah, I mean, just like deep diving into queen f6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't see any tactical way of kind of getting out of the pin. So bishop g5 can...
Bishop g5, queen g6 looks okay for black, doesn't it? I
yeah,
suppose
then
you
there's the c5.
also c5. I'm interested in, but just continuing that. I mean, could we play h4?
Yeah, I wanted c5 because
Well, you want
I wanted
c5?
to go for the jugular immediately. Well,
Is that-
primarily because I'm a materialist at heart and I want to be grabbing on e4.
Oh, I see.
So then the whole idea is like bishop takes bishop.
Well, that's a lot
I'm not
simpler.
subtle at all.
No, it looks good. It looks good. Why not? Why not? Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, this is quite tricky.
Okay, but following the board, we're seeing that something else was played. Maybe we can zoom in on the camera. After knight to b3. Okay, queen f6 was played. And yeah.
It's not, no, my graphics board hasn't caught up yet.
Okay, oh yes, okay. Bishop to g5 did happen, but queen to e6, so queen to g6 wasn't possible because of what we saw, that
Yeah.
e5 was on prise at the end of that. And now we've seen some trades.
But this looks like fun for white because bishop c4 cut, I can see it's already on the board. We've got this position, so it's gone. Sorry, a quick recap. c5, bishop e7, bishop c4. Oof. Suddenly this is turned, you know, I can see this rook just slamming down on d6. But, I mean, the eval bar still thinks it's roughly level. I'm surprised. I mean, it does look like a lot of fun for white to play.
Yeah. Well, one of the things we always have to mention is that the evaluation bar is based on computer logic, and computers aren't scared. We, on the other hand...
Oh, I'm terrified. I'm terrified.
Exactly.
Yeah, queen's come back to e7. I mean, I assume h4 in that position.
Yeah.
This bishop is a problem on c8. How are you going to bring out your bishop on c8? Do you notice how I've painted you into with the black pieces?
You have involved me into this one, so thank
I
you very
prefer
much.
to play white.
Well, absolutely. I agree with you. Yeah, maybe you should just forget about its development for the time being, and after h4 you start to unravel. How am I going to unravel? Probably bishop to d7 and try and keep the game alive there. But I do feel that
it's more fun for white, isn't it?
You need to be super energetic.
Yeah.
Maybe knight to e6 instead of bishop d7 is more to the point. But, okay, more fun for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There's already been a result. Maybe we can quickly do a recap. It was a Berlin draw. And it was between Dogmas, just 13 years old, and Hikaru Nakamura. They're on board 3. And it was as Berlin as it gets.
I'm afraid this one just tastes of disappointment. After this, they repeated moves in the time-honored fashion. Their eyes met across the board. Mm-hmm. They had an understanding, and a draw it was. Interesting that Hikaru didn't want to go for it.
Well, and there you can see on our screens Jan Gustafsson, the captain of the WR chess team. He's observing his players. Do you think he's disappointed that board 3 finished in a draw? I mean, let's face it, Dogmas, huge talent. Name-checked by none other than Magnus Carlsen a few days ago in Norway Chess.
Yeah, but listen, Hikaru, he's a beast at speed chess. Why would he want to just give a draw like that?
He's playing with the black pieces.
Come
Team
on.
event. You've got to be practical, because that's the strategy in team events, right? You draw with the black pieces. The people playing with white, they have to push for the win. And talking about playing with the white pieces, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is playing against Nurgul Salimova from Bulgaria.
Okay, let's
dive over to there.
Yeah.
That's on board 4.
By the way, I should say, let's just finish up about Jan Gustafsson, who you can just see on the extreme right of that picture. Jan is not actually playing for the WR team. He's just the team captain, but also the team coach. And he is a legendary coach. I mean, he's seconded Magnus Carlsen in World Championship matches. I mean, I know that he's often hired by particular national teams to coach them in their openings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's his main job these days.
Yeah, he is. He's been a second for Nakamura. He's also captained, as you say, the German team. I think the Dutch team at one point as well. And there we see in the camera Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces. He's in laser sharp focus. But we're going to be looking at the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Salimova. This is where WR chess team are looking to rack up the points. I think it's quite balanced at the top, but not so much at the bottom.
Okay, so Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing white against Nurgul Salimova from Bulgaria. I mean, she's a fantastic talent. But let's see how things have gone. So just from the top, so we can see Salimova on the left there, the second board in, Jan-Krzysztof Duda from Poland playing white. And hopefully we can get the graphics board up. It started as a Spanish, and quite a closed variation with d3 from Duda. And a4, yep, there we go. So Spanish, a4 played very early. And when this pawn comes to b4, I always feel with white, I've achieved something. I mean, do you play either side of this position, actually?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, no?
Too complicated.
Really?
Too many minor pieces on the board. Yeah, I mean, it's a very tense position. No minor pieces have been exchanged. There's no central breaks, and I was just too impatient for this. Oh, and there we're seeing on the camera other big matches. I can tell you, Alexander Grishuk has entered the room as he plays against the Ibarra Harris Jose Carlos. So this is happening in the second match. Maybe since they're on our screen, so we can have a very nice view of the boards, maybe we can jump there. Still early days in the match between WR Chess and XYZA.
Yeah, of course. Grishuk is pretty legendary when it comes to rapid play. So let's just see how things are going here. He has black. Started off. I mean, this is modern chess because d4, but it's not actually a Moro gambit. So, you know, in the old days, white used to play c3 here. But no, the modern day trend is to simply recapture with the queen. I mean, this looks like Patz's chess, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, can you imagine this?
I mean, we're taught not to bring out the queen too early in the opening. We should taught to develop the knights, then the bishops, you know, take the center, castles. But it's modern day chess, so I guess it's happened later on.
This is a real trend. I mean, I've been analysing these kind of positions over the last few months, actually. And it kind of started off online. Lots of online games were played with this, where the top players realised that actually you can get away with bringing the queen out very early. And one of the ideas, as we're going to see very soon, is that white, because the queen is on d3 protecting e4, the knight is able to jump to the outpost on d5 at a very early stage. And this is quite interesting, because if black were to exchange, then there is potential to get pressure on the e7 pawn. But that's why Grishuk actually spun the knight back to d7. But now with the knight on d5, c3 comes, blocking this diagonal. And as I said, I've kind of enjoyed analysing these positions because very often, you know, white can get just the slightest of advantages. And there's no real problem on the queen side because that pawn is on c3.
Yeah. Just blunting the bishop on g7. And yeah, you're right. You know, white does have long-term pressure against d6.
Yeah.
And it's a small nugget.
It's a nugget, but you gotta nurse that one. And I mean, I've always played the Sicilian with black because I love the dynamic chances, and very often white will have a knight on c3, and you can pile up pressure on the c file. But here, it's not so easy for black to get that kind of dynamic game that you want with those, you know, pawn breaks and sacrifices. Here, you know, white is just playing very, very steadily. And yeah, that d6 pawn is a long-term weakness. So interesting to see how Grishuk handles that. The clock time say Grishuk has 1 minute left. That can't be right.
That can't be right.
No.
I'm kind of peering at the screen.
It says 5 minutes. It says it's got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Well, that's still quite low on the clock.
Well, typical Grishuk, of course. We can expect.
And the players do get that 10-second time bonus, and there you do see that Grishuk is trying to trade off pieces just to alleviate the space issues. You know, he's kind of following conventional wisdom. So Grishuk, well, he needs to generate some activity as compensation.
Not so easy. Really not easy. Really not easy. I like white's position. So, I mean, I can see from the actual game that knight g4 was played. Grishuk played queen c7 first, then knight g4, and exchange. So the big danger is that he's just going to be tied to that weakness on d6. You know, bishop f4 coming, possibly bishop g5 sometimes, and simply doubling on the d file. And I do like that queen on g4, kind of lurking on the king side as well.
Okay. Well, we will see what Alexander Grishuk comes up with. Maybe we can just continue with our just roundup of that particular match. Maybe we go down to the game between Yesipenko against Cuenca Jimenez.
Pepe Cuenca, legend.
Yes, legend of Spanish commentary.
Yeah.
There's no one quite like him.
He's something else, and he plays a mean game of chess as well. So let's see. I need to tune into this. Well, that rook on d6 looks pretty good, but Cuenca counters with rook d7. I do like these bishops, but the question is, will Cuenca have time to blunt the bishop on g2? I don't know. I mean, there's also knight g5 is possible to open things up. Yeah, what happens if knight g5?
If knight g5, we start initiating trades. Rook takes rook.
Okay, so brings the queen deep into the heart of black's position.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm going to go all the way back.
G8,
to G8.
yeah. And
I'm going to say I'm solid as a rock. Rook to d8 is coming.
well, the eval bar certainly agrees with you and thinks black is absolutely fine. So okay, I'm going to take back my knight g5 and have another go. Let's see if I can find something a bit better.
But it just goes to show how tense this position is. And there we see that rook takes rook has been played, bishop takes. So, well, still everything to play for. We're seeing on our screens the game between Richard Rapport against Alan Pichot.
Yes.
Was from Argentina,
He's
representing Spain. So let's have a look at that particular game. Is this one? Ooh, this one looks. I'm not quite sure. First up, I'm saying, okay, white is superior on the queen side, but there's a pawn on e4 that is being targeted.
Now,
You gotta defend it.
interesting, he's coming back and defended. I mean, I guess if e5, the problem was that this knight will hop into d5, hitting that pawn on c3. So that's why he's come back to d2, just holding that. I mean, it does feel like white's better here. I mean, I like white's structure. And this bishop looks, I mean, neither bishop looks particularly good.
That's why you see queen a8. It's a nice move, kind of saying, hey, let's initiate trades. Then white's advantage is going to be less pleasant in the endgame. Because otherwise, I agree with you, queen to b6, and the rook was threatening to come into a7. But this way, how are you going to make an inroad?
Well, the thing is, later on, I mean, I'm angling to push that pawn to e5 anyway, because I think that exchange could, at some point, be very favourable, because it'll give white that nice 3-2 majority. As I said, the only thing is, white has to be prepared to meet knight d5 in some way. I feel this should be good for white somehow.
Also wondering whether the first move would be queen a7. You start up with that. You say, hey,
Okay.
if you want to trade, let's see you grovel that one out. And then...
But it could be also that after e5, knight d5 will be met by knight e4. And then, you know, I'm getting closer to my dream exchange. And
Well, Richard is reaching for a piece.
that's the position. Queen a7 looks not very nice. Yep.
Queen a7, e5, if you want to go for
Yeah, or
immediate fireworks.
stuff. And then I wanted to play knight e4. But yeah, maybe.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because then you kind of provoke.
So
D
maybe
takes
this instead.
E5. Then the c5 square.
Exactly.
Okay, where's he gone?
It looked like you went for Queen
went
A7.
Queen A7.
Well done. Good stuff. Yeah.
I always feel like I won a little bit of bingo.
No, it looks like a really nice move. But also, there's no rush with E5. That's the move. That's the break I want to make. But it's not running away. And I think that's why I really like White's position, because I think it's very hard for Black to actually find decent counterplay in this position. Actually.
Okay. Well, Alan Pitcher with the black pieces, he needs to really find some accurate moves in order to not let White overrun the position. By the way, we do have a result as well in the game between Ibarra Jerez against Alexander Grishuk. We said that Grishuk was feeling uncomfortable. He agreed with us because that game has finished in a draw.
Okay, and we can see that position on the right. That's not Richard Rapport's game. That's the position that they actually agreed to draw in. It's a pity. I mean, it just shows you that, Grishuk felt uncomfortable. He's a bit worse here. And I think it's one of those depressing positions where, you don't mind objectively being a bit worse, but in this, there's kind of no rough and tumble. Where's Black's counterplay? It's not so easy. Okay, let's go back to another board.
Can we perhaps revisit? Let's just make a beeline for the game between Alireza Firouzja and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So we left it.
Hey,
yeah,
something happened.
Maybe we can rewind a little bit, because this is looking crazy. Because we left at this point, we were like, problems with the c4 pawn.
Oh, I love this. Rook c5.
Okay, Rook h5 is on the agenda.
Well, there was famous game from the World Championship match between Karpov and Kasparov, where Kasparov played in a very similar way. b5, oh, it's all going on. There's action on the long diagonal. Yeah, loving this.
Yeah.
So he's ditched the pawn. White has ditched the pawn. Shakhriyar has ditched the pawn, but I mean, I love this. Alireza is not afraid to really go for it on the king side. Recapturing with the h-pawn, wow. You mean he wants to put the knight on g4?
Exactly, knight g4, queen h2. It's terrifying stuff. Okay, so now queen check. Rook f1 covering f2, and, well, doing a very cold-blooded count of pieces. Isn't Black up material?
Well, first of all, Black has a pawn up. That's good.
Exactly.
That's good news. But now let's look for some possibilities here. I just want to point out this variation, if you don't mind. This, and then attacking the rook. And if the rook comes here, then queen f3 is checkmate. There we go. That's my contribution for the beauty prize today. Presumably the rook can move somewhere else as well. So knight h2 is, I mean, it's certainly a possibility. I don't know how much it achieves, but another move there is bishop e5 was my thought, just to attack this one.
I was also thinking that
Go
also
on.
you somehow want the rook involved. You want to invite everyone to the party.
Yep.
I mean, the only way to get that one involved is to kind of orchestrate some d5, d4, so maybe rook d8. Okay, but okay, we see e6. Oh, same idea, d5.
Yeah, but listen, this looks just excellent. I mean, once this pawn chain comes in, then this looks like it's winning.
Okay, and we're seeing have a look at the video. You're seeing that there's some moves. The bishops have come off.
Shaq doesn't look happy, does he?
No. No, it's like a big matchup, right? You're playing Alireza Firouzja, and you're like, yes, how can I cause him problems? And then you end up somehow just struggling out of the opening. Not what you want.
It wasn't so long ago that Shakhriyar Mamedyarov was number 2 in the world rating list.
Yeah, he's a beast. He's such a great player.
I remember last time I saw him was when I was commentating on him, actually. Was in 2018 in Biel, where he won the Grandmaster tournament convincingly, and he beat Magnus in the penultimate round in a beautiful game. So he's absolute class, but he's gone off the boil a bit.
And there we're seeing the knight did come back to g4. Oh, knight takes e6. That's a beautiful shot. Knight takes e3.
King takes,
you
and
can't take. The rook is hanging on f1.
So It looks like they're going through the motions here, yeah. And Shakariya Mamedyarov resigned in that position. Very convincing win. But I think it all stems back to that 8th move. As I always say, there's a special place in hell for players that play these little pawn moves at the side of the board.
At the wrong time.
Oh, at the wrong time, yes. Especially at the wrong time. But no, really. What do they call them? In Germany, they call them Eselsohrchen, little donkey's ears.
Donkey's, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Don't do them.
Okay, don't do them without good reason. And there you see Ali Reza. He is looking at the game between Ho Yifan. Maybe we can check in on her and see what's happening as she's playing Atila Kuru. Not too much time on the clocks for both players. And whoa, what is this?
Ooh, I need to. I sort of want to go right back to the beginning.
Yeah, we ain't got time for that, Tony.
I'm going to do it very quickly. This is speed chess now, so it's a Sicilian, and okay, Yifan is playing a kind of Scheveningen. She took the pawn on a5, and Atila Kuru. Well, his rating is 1972, but he's already an international master. So I have to confess, I don't know him. He's too young for me.
Yeah, that must be his rapid play rating.
Rapid play rating, yeah.
I don't know any IMs.
No.
Rating of 1942.
So, okay, this is getting really sharp. So after this move with g5, Yifan played d5, threatening a mate on h2. Rook e1, giving the king a little bit of room. Wow. And that's as far as I've got on the graphics board. It does look very, very good for Yifan. The queen is threatened. The g-pawn is threatened. There is still the possibility to check on h2. So, I mean, I imagine she's winning this.
Okay, and there we are seeing the players make some moves. Okay.
Yifan not playing very much these days.
No, I mean, she's a professor, and I think
university
Shenzhen
in
University. Yes, and you know, she teaches jazz. She's very much focused on her professional career, but she definitely plays chess. She loves getting back into the game, but it's definitely more along the lines of rapid and blitz that she specializes in. And maybe we can go down and have a look at the game, the recreational board between Vadim Rosenstein and Yontar. Okay,
so Yontar, rated 1870, playing Vadim Rosenstein, the sponsor of the WR team, rated 1704. Now, let me tune into this one. So what's the body count? Looks even, but white has 2 bishops, and that pawn looks tacked. Well, generally, I like bishops, and they look like pretty good ones to me, unless you can see anything.
Yeah.
Looks good.
It just looks good for white, doesn't it? Just target on d6. I love the bishop pair.
Let's bounce back to the game between Maxime Vacher-Legrave and Edith Gurel, because, well, that was we left it at a very exciting moment. Knight g5, h4, and yep, that rook did come down to d6. And let's get right up to date. Looks good for Maxime playing white, because he absolutely dominates the d-file. But let me see. The rook is attacking here. But I can see that, what are the clock times? 1:58. Oh, it's actually pretty even, but against 2 minutes. So they're both just under 2 minutes.
And Maxime is a very sharp tactical player. Calculates incredibly quickly.
Absolutely brilliant calculator, yeah.
But rook takes c5. Well, it does allow rook to d7, as you mentioned. And do you allow the rooks to come in, or do you try to generate some counterplay somewhere else. Somehow, if you just go rook c7, I feel like
Yeah,
you're losing control. In fact, I think you might even have
that's the
trapped
move
your queen.
that's the move played,
Okay, rook c7.
and it's gone queen c3. I'm just
Ooh.
constructing this, and king. Now there's
Yeah, you have to get out of the island of the queen, the king, because this rook takes h6 in the air, and king h7 makes a lot of sense.
I'm afraid my graphics, the live board hasn't caught up with it yet. But isn't this great? Maxime has played b4, so it's a beautiful majority, but how's that king feeling on b1?
Yeah, I mean, now is the time to start opening lines, whatever cost, right? So I'm thinking f4.
F4 just going
run,
for it.
Run with it, yeah, see how far you get.
Wow.
Although, you might come to regret that kind of a decision.
Yeah, but why not? It could open things up. Yeah, I mean, it leaves the e4 pawn a little bit loose, but that's life.
in this type of positions, it's all about king safety. And if a rook or queen starts sniffing around the white king, it's not going to be comfortable. Okay, so he goes queen to e5, centralizing the queen. Yeah, he's building up, and there we did see a result in the background between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Nurgul Salimova. That was definitely a win for Jan-Krzysztof. Had a big advantage in that game.
Really tense game here. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing white against this great talent from Turkey, Ediz Gürel.
Yeah.
Queen e3 played.
Just keeping an eye on the f4 pawn break. So now is the time to go rook e7, reinforce e4. Or is he calculating?
It's interesting. I mean, looking at the eval bar, it says it's still roughly level. But I look at this position, I think all three results are possible
Absolutely.
here.
I mean, because if white manages to control all the breaks, then white is superior, you know, with his queen side, mobile pawn majority, and also, you know, dominating the D line. But if black breaks out and you lose control, then just as easily as like white is doing well, black can also just turn the tables.
One thing I'd quite like to do is exchange queens here, and
Yes.
then bring the king up to support those pawns, because black's queen is so beautifully centralized. I mean, black would still have counterplay there, but I don't know. It's a thought.
I'm agreeing with you. Queen to f4, I feel, is a real threat. Because like you say, the king can snake its way to c2, cover those some important squares. So I feel like to prepare for that, maybe rook e7, and then get ready to generate some play with a potential e3 break. But we see some moves.
Yeah.
Maybe we can just have the player's camera up.
That'd be
whilst we wait
good.
for the live board to adjust.
And it looks to me like Maxime has 20-odd seconds left.
Yeah.
My goodness, against 37. Yeah, we need the live board to catch up. We're missing the moves.
Yeah. And there you can have a closer view on the clock. 16 seconds.
My goodness, it's getting
It
sharp.
is,
He
yeah.
has broken with b6.
Okay, and there we're seeing he grabbed the pawn on b6. Okay, well, now is the time for Gürel to start lining up the firepower.
This is
on the C line.
It's make or break. What, you think someone like queen c8, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, he has to calculate what's going to happen after rook to c5.
Oh, here we go. We've got it on the graphics
Okay,
board
rook
again.
to c3. It's coming in. And now, okay, this is how easily it can go wrong. Now the queen can start snaking her way into the queen side.
And if king b2, then rook f3 switches across.
Yeah. And queen a4 is in the air.
h5. Wow.
That's deep.
He's not bothering defending the pawn on a3.
He's securing himself at least a perpetual, right? Because you've got rook takes h6 in the air.
That's tricky. Nice. And queen g6, and oh, yeah.
Yeah, you keep on checking. So, okay.
And maybe very prudent. I mean, look at the clock times. 15 seconds for Maxime against He's under 10 seconds. Gurel is under 10 seconds.
Okay, he grabs.
Grabs a pawn on h5.
Okay.
Oh, well, this must be good for black now. I mean, having got rid of that pawn on h5, then black's king is so much safer. Here we go.
Whoa, this is
Oh,
so
he's down to under 10 seconds.
Yeah, the queen there on h1. Oh,
E3.
And then queen takes.
Incredible.
d5 check. Wow, he just keeps finding the resources, and the e3 pawn is still alive.
Push again. E2. Surely he's got to push E2. But this looks tremendous for black. White's king is a bit exposed. I mean, crucially, black's king looks really good, but to play this with basically playing on the increment.
He's gone for it, e2. Okay,
Oh,
now the question is how to keep that pawn alive. With queen, rook to c1.
How cool is that? Now, can he play rook d8? Yes, he's
Yes.
done it. This is winning. He's threatening rook d2 check. Rook d2 check.
And that is gonna.
I think it's his game over. Incredible. And he's bounced up to 29 seconds. I think Maxime is on his last legs here.
Well, can he try and go for a perpetual check? And there he goes, queen to e6. So his big idea is if that rook moves, he's threatening queen takes f5, queen to c8, and just keeping that perpetual checking mechanism going.
That's remarkable because after rook d2, the king drops back to b1 and there's no check on b3 that's covered by the queen on e6. He's done it anyway. Now, what's the move? Can you take the rook d1 and get a queen?
You've got to calculate what's going to happen. Can you, the black king, escape the checks? And
Oh.
he queens immediately. Okay, you can't. There you go. Now, how far up the board is that king going to go to escape the checks?
By the way, we should say that if queen takes queen, then queen b3, yeah.
Would have been checkmate.
So he's brought the rook back. Okay, so must be winning now.
Yeah.
It's queen against rook. Yeah.
One pawn falls, another one is going to go. I mean, can white try and go for a fortress? There's a pawn imbalance, though. I mean, it's quite simple for black to create a
No
cross
way.
pawn on the h line.
Yeah, this is gone.
Yeah, but Maxime doing everything he can, anchoring the rook to the f2 pawn, and now the black king is just simply going to march up the board. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I have to say, that was incredibly impressive from Gurel. I think, you know, he had so little time, and to find the way through there was brilliant. But yeah, I mean, he still needs to finish it off, but this is a win.
And the beauty of this time control is that with that extra 10-second time bonus per move, you can just start to stack up on your time.
Yep.
Build it up.
He would love to move that king right down to h3, but it's no, king g4, then the king, I guess, will come back to h2, but there's going to be a way through. Maybe we should shift to another board, actually.
Yeah, so whilst Gurel, he's in his element there, he's going to squeeze out a win. Let's have a look at another game that's ongoing. Maybe we can revisit the Rosenstein game on the recreational board of the WR chess team against Generation YXZA.
Well, it looks like Vadim Rosenstein with white is in complete control. He's 2 pawns up. Nice pass pawn on c6. Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, and in terms of the match result, it looks like WR chess team. Well,
Are they doing the biz?
they are certainly doing the biz. We have wins from Ali Reza. We also have wins from Jan Krzysztof Duda, Howie Fan. So they're no trouble whatsoever. And there's still one game going on in the game between Kaz Chess and Duo Benyahan. Costa Kalida in game match 2. Maybe we can go there.
Let me find it.
It's between Kaliak Met against Bela Kotanishvili.
Let me try and locate that. I'm struggling at the moment. Ah, there we go. Ooh, that's a very nice position for black. I've just seen those knights. What a central clump. Yeah, Bella Khotonashvili playing black, and she has this beautiful centralized position with the queen on d4, the knights, everything protected beautifully, and black's king completely safe. So yeah, it looks like she's very much in control. I don't know how the clock times are. Oh, seconds.
Yeah, and this game isn't relevant for the match result because Kaz Chess have won that particular match as wins from Richard Report and Ansat Aldia and Aitan Islam means that they are comfortable.
Yeah, so Khotonashvili just kind of cleaning up here. The queen doing its best, but the knights spin back.
Moving down to board 3, where we have the Global Ramblers against Malcolm's Mates. So we're seeing Alexei Shirov against Luke McShane.
Oh, now that's an interesting one. So Alexei playing white, but Luke is a piece up. So Alexei Shirov has rook and 3 against rook, bishop and 2, and Luke has just advanced the a-pawn. Well, that's looking pretty good. So how dangerous are these kingside pawns? That's the question. Can he squeeze? Can he get better than rook and bishop against rook? Not so easy. That bishop doesn't have a lot of scope, does it, on d7? That's the problem. But anyway, Luke has all the winning chances there. Looks pretty nice. There's a concerned Jan Gustafsson looking over his team, and Maxime on the left as well.
Yeah, in fact, that game did finish in a victory for Elise Gurel. And it's a very nice ending. Maybe we can go to it and just get the conclusion, because it ends with a very instructive finish.
Okay, so here, and the king was coming in. White's king had to come to h2 to stop the king moving to h3. The rook came across. Queen c5, attacking the f-pawn and the rook. And I'm assuming, if the rook goes back, then the king would start to crawl in. That looks beautiful. And as it was, Maxime played rook e3. And queen takes rook was the final move of the game. Because after this, then this one, the king comes in and picks up the pawn, and once you play g4, it's game over. But there's no rush with that. But picks up the pawn on e3, and that's just a very simple win in the pawn-in game.
And there on our cameras, you can see Jan Gustafsson. He's the team captain of WR chess team, and he's anxiously looking on in the game between Vadim Rosenstein against Jonta Sabrukan. Maybe we can have that game up. Oh, and you can see the emotions even from here. Rosenstein, he was winning, and now...
What's happened?
Now there's been, I don't know whether to say a turnaround, but the win is no longer there.
But this, the match is...
The match is comfortably won for WR chess team.
Okay.
So it's just a question of pride. And maybe good mood.
Could be. Is he going to play f6? Well, okay, it just looks like a draw, basically. Should be a draw. How's clock times? Okay, looks like he's forced to draw.
Yeah, and there you see the players set up the position. It is a draw. Vadim ending that one frustrated.
Looks...
Disappointed. I mean, this is the thing about chess. It's not easy when the clocks are ticking down, you're feeling the pressure, and there we're going to the game between Alexei Shirov against Luke McShane. Luke McShane having that extra piece, but can he break down White's defenses? There's the king attacking the rook. Also, the thing is, Danny, you're playing Alexei Shirov, one of the best players in the world at one point, who for sure knows the technique of holding rook and bishop against rook.
Yeah, but even the strongest players in the world can mess up sometimes. I think Luke's problem is, how is this bishop actually going to enter the game? It's very, very difficult to make progress. I guess in combination with the rook hassling the king, that might be something. But this is really tough. That rook ties the king to the pawn. It wouldn't surprise me if it's just not possible for black to make progress here.
Yeah. And there you see a
Yeah.
jack.
By the way, if we just go back one move, I always like to show the checkmate. That would be unfortunate. But instead, of course, Alexei played king to h4. Oh, bishop g2, threatening another mate. But yeah, the king comes back. I'm not sure how black makes progress here.
Well, it's an interesting situation. I mean, I don't know the result of the game between Nikita Vichikov and Alexander Shabalov, but so far it's 2-1 in favor of Malcolm's mates.
Nikita Vichikov and Alexander Shabalov
Was that a
draw.
Okay, so Malcolm's mates in a very comfortable position. Luke has the upper hand here.
Alexei has just stabbed the pawn forward, and he's going for to simplify into the rook and bishop versus rook endgame. I'm curious to see that he's done that, actually. I'm slightly surprised. I mean, he obviously felt that Luke could still make progress, but at least the task is now clear. It should be possible to take that remaining pawn. And then we've got rook and bishop against rook. Yeah. Ivanka, we could be here a long time.
We could be here a long time, but okay, the arbiter stepping in for some reason. Not quite sure why.
Wait a second. Has Luke lost on time? Oh no, I can see his clock.
He's lost on time.
He's lost on time.
Oh.
Oh, poor chap.
Well, okay, well that really
No?
means that
Have I got that right?
there seems to be some hesitation here. Okay. Okay, White has won on a time against Alexei Shirov, but that does mean that Malcolm's mates, it's a draw against Global Ramblers. Unfortunate for Luke McShane.
Oh,
He's just
poor
simply
chap.
forgot about the clock.
Or just cut it too fine because they were playing on the 10-second increment. But wow, I tell you what, Luke is showing incredible equanimity there to actually. He didn't bang the table, did he? In disgust. He's just lost on time in a position where, with rook and bishop against rook, you have no losing chances.
Exactly.
And yet he's managing to control himself and actually have a proper conversation with Alexei, and fair play to Luke. What a decent guy.
Yeah, he is. And now we move to the game, the match between Uzbekistan against Hetman Katowice. And there we're seeing on our screens, we're seeing Klimkovsky against Yavokir Sindarov. So let's immediately pull up that board and see whether we can get a real look at what is unfolding there.
Well, I've got the position on the board, and Sindarov has, let me see, 2 extra pawns at the moment, and looks like he's winning. I think he should be able to play rook f3 3. Well, no, he simply protected his extra pawn. So we can't quite see the board there, but basically Sindarov has a 2-pawn advantage in a double rook endgame. And clock times, he's on 47 seconds, and Klimkovsky on 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, there was big news in the matchup between Uzbekistan and Hetmans Katowice because David Navarra beat Nuribek Abdusattorov.
Wow, so what's happening in the match overall? So I'm fantastic for Navarra.
I'm going to tally up the points and see exactly what is at stake here.
But Sindarov looks like, you know, he's in control here. He's has a winning position. If we can get the graphics board up to complement our live coverage, it would be wonderful.
Uzbekistan are out of danger.
They're winning it, are they?
They have won the match.
Okay.
So this game isn't relevant to the standings. It's just a matter of form and rating points. There we're seeing Yavukir Sindarov.
There we
He's
go. We've got
incredibly tactical player, but yeah, he's comfortable 2 extra pawns up. It's just a question of holding your nerve.
that looks like a good move, pushing the king where it doesn't really want to go. And I mean, even without this a pawn, I think black would be winning pretty comfortably because the king's in a perfect position to support those kingside pawns.
Yeah. And there you see the king step up. I'm expecting
Can we?
F5 check.
I was going to say F5.
Invite the white king to go further up the board.
Because I think that will win the e-pawn. Yeah, exactly. With king goes back to d4, rook e4 check, it's winning the e-pawn. Yeah.
Yep. And the black king, he has a hiding place on h5. So this is it.
I'm expecting the handshake.
King steps back. Well, you might as well carry on the game for a few more moves. There we're seeing the e-pawn falls. And the handshake is Sindarov wins with the black pieces. And his teammates, his captain, very happy with his performance. Uzbekistan's such a strong team. It's basically Uzbek's finest playing.
Yeah, it's just about their gold medal winning team from the Chennai Olympiad in 2022. Seriously strong. I mean, their top board, Nodibek Abdusattorov, a former, it's incredible. I mean, he's only, how old is he? 21? Is he 21 or 20? No, maybe he's a little bit older now. But he's already a world rapid play champion when he was 17.
Yeah, he became the youngest rapid champion. Also on their team is a former world champion, Rustam Kazimitanov. So this is really Uzbekistan's best and most talented players.
Was Rustam playing in this round actually, or was he sitting out?
He was sitting out on this one, but I'm sure he's very much there, willing to step in. There was the young generation, Yakuboev, Vokidov, and Khadamova.
Yeah.
And Imam Kuzieva.
Yeah. I mean, Rustam is no slouch. So,
No.
and that's incredible that they can bench basically a former FIDE world champion. I mean, Rustam is fantastic. So
in the end, everything went in favor for the heavyweights once more. I think the only surprise was that Malcolm's mates, the number 3 seeded team, they drew against Global Ramblers, but you're talking about a team with Alexei Shirov and Alexander Shabalov. So, wow, it's round 2, and it's already been quite intense. But I do have some really interesting games that were played elsewhere. So, on board 7, Alan Pichot, Richard Report. We saw it just when Richard was establishing full control. Maybe we can have a look at how it finished.
okay, well that's we were both basically thought that white was in control here, and we were pointing out this break e5 was in the air to bring the knight into e4, and in fact Pichot preempted that with d5. I mean, I can understand that actually, and was hoping that in this closed position the pawn on d5 prevents white's knight coming in to e4. However, this looks beautiful for white now because, I mean, you were mentioning this c5 square earlier, and this bishop on b7 is just a dead piece. So let's just see how things went. Ah, nice. The knight switching around to d3, looking at those key squares. e6, and the knight hits c5. I mean, the pawn, the pawn on b7, the bishop on b7. It looks.
It might as well be a pawn, right?
Exactly, it's a big pawn.
Yeah.
So, rook e1. Yeah, I mean, Rapport is playing absolutely beautifully here, in complete control.
It's just an exercise in domination here. Just look at the control, and then the rook coming to a1, and rook coming to a7. It's one-way traffic.
Best bishop of the day? What do you reckon?
Yeah, talking about best bishop of the day.
Go on.
We are having like a competition where we are going to choose the best player of the day. So we'll be reminding our viewers and everyone here, who do you think and why is the best player of the day? I know it's only round 2, but still 2 more rounds to go. So
I think we're going to be needing to be reminded about who the top player is, because it's just turning into a bit of a blur already.
Yeah. So there you can see like smooth performance there from Richard Rapport against Alan Pischer. There was also interesting moment in the game between. Oh, look at this! Like, what is the king doing on e5? Winning king of the hill, but that's about it.
Yeah, that was the final position. I'm just working out exactly why he's resigned, to be honest.
Is it bishop f? No, it's not quite. You almost feel like the king is going to get in the mating net.
Yeah, but at the moment, knight f3, the king can still take the pawn. So I wonder what prompted Pichot to resign in this particular position.
Yeah.
But
well,
I mean, it's a beautiful position for white. But it's just a funny place to resign. That's my only thought.
it is. But you got your king halfway there. So
Okay, here's the problem, because that pawn can't be taken, because if knight takes,
you got knight f3.
then it is mate with knight f3. So basically, what he's going to do is he'll push that one, and so if that's taken, then rook f5 will be mate. So I think that's why he did it. And another way to checkmate is to play g3, and when that's taken,
Go f4.
f4. So actually, rook f7, a beautiful move. It actually does set up a mating net.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But it's also very difficult just to await your fate.
Yeah.
You can barely make a move. The bishop on a is so bad. You can't take on e6. So it's understandable. I also suspect that the clock was a factor here as well.
But this really is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a beautiful finish.
Yep, and there was also a beautiful moment, or a critical moment, in the game between Nordebek Abdusattorov against David Navarra.
Let me find that one.
So if we go to move...
Which board was it?
6.
40.
So it's game 19, so board 19.
Yep.
And move 46.
So that was the position. And at this moment, the eval bar says it's equal. And yeah, looking at this, it seems solid enough. And apparently, knight d6 was the best move here. And the computer says level. Yeah, okay. Well, I trust the computer. I mean, that seems okay. But instead, Abdusattorov played king f2, which allowed rook takes. And that was an unfortunate finish, because I think black wins the race. Let me just check this. I'm a doubting Thomas.
Here he comes.
So both sides are going to get a queen, but there's a problem here.
There's a problem, because look at this.
Here we go. Key move.
And now you give a check on g1. And where are you going to run to with the king? You do that, you're
Skewer.
gonna get skewered. And if you go king h6, queens are going to come off the board. And unfortunately, there exists 2 b-pawns.
And there we go.
There we go. And that is how David Navarro won his game in dramatic style against Nurdirbek Abdusattorov.
I love it when new queens come on the board and there's some decisive moment, a skewer like that.
Yeah,
it's very
beautiful,
satisfying.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Very geometrical. But we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to have an interview with Malcolm Payne. So don't go anywhere. We
3:45.
are back. just interrupted a conversation there. My apologies. But we are back here, and it's a great pleasure to have here with us Malcolm Payne, the International Director of the English Chess Federation.
Good afternoon, Ivanka.
Someone we know very, very well, and a face that is very familiar to the English chess scene.
Yeah.
So, Malcolm, I have to ask you first off.
Go on.
Malcolm's mates?
Yeah. I did it really more just to wind up the captain, William Watson. And a lot of the teams have got offhand names. I think that's one of the nicest things about this tournament is it's deadly serious, $500,000 of prize money, but it's also got amateur participation. And it's got that sort of element. In fact, they have it in the States. They have something called the amateur teams, and then they have a competition actually for the silliest name. So I haven't gone that far, but I just thought a little bit of informality would sum up the atmosphere of this tournament.
So although you're not actually the team captain, it's William Watson.
And indeed, I'm not sure any of these guys will be my mates at the end of the season.
Well, indeed. But presumably you gathered the team together.
With the help of William.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's sort of unofficially a sort of a part England team. We wanted to give our top players the opportunity of playing in this event, and since they hadn't been signed up by some of the other teams, we put this team together ourselves.
Plus, okay, you've got some of England's top players, plus Ivan Šarić.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong player, former European individual champion. I've always been an admirer of his chess. I have to say, I sat behind him and admired the way he turned around one of the worst King's Indians. I mean, I've had some pretty bad King's Indians in my time, but this looked like a particularly grim one. Yeah. But when I came back, he was winning.
And we should say, for those that don't know, Ivan is Grandmaster from Croatia.
Yep.
And, has a fine pedigree. So I always think of him as a very classy player, actually.
Yeah. Yeah,
quite correct. I mean, classically correct.
I think a lot of the Croatians are classical as well, actually. When you think of, I think of a lot of their top players as just being well-schooled in mainline openings. For example, Kozel, probably the world's finest exponent of the Richter rouser, maybe, over the last, he's obviously getting on a bit now, but, over 30 years. So I think kind of the classical chess school in Croatia is something I admire generally.
Yeah.
Yes. And how important is it to have such a big event like this in London?
Well, I think it's important for us to have it because it gives opportunity for our players. I mean, that's the greatest thing about it. There's lots of English teams here, lots of English juniors here, gives Bodena, Supratit, and the rest of them a chance to play, and a lot of people from some of the clubs. So it's great to see the Sharks here. Ben Purton Sharks are playing.
Great to see Hammersmith Chess Club
Hammersmith
here. Come on,
Chess Club
Hammersmith.
down the road, you know, the local heroes.
Yeah.
And also the Sassy Seniors, who I thought put up a great fight in the first round against the might of, you know, Nakamura and co.
I thought they did really well. And the other team I'd like to mention from UK Chess Academy,
Yes.
Sarah Longson.
Yeah, that's great. That's the ECF Accelerator. Our children who gets a little bit of financial support.
Yeah.
They're in there.
And I feel a little bit left out, so I'm going to give a massive shout out to my team. You used to play for them too, Malcolm.
Wood Green?
Wood Green Youth.
I played for Wood Green for about 40 years, something like that. But eventually, you know, time catches up with you, and I couldn't get in the team anymore. So, yeah, had to be benched more often than not.
So how are Malcolm's mates doing so far?
It had
I mean,
little hiccup.
There was a little hiccup, wasn't there?
I heard a rumour. I wasn't watching because I was busy trying to organise some other stuff, but trying to find someone to do the ceremonial first move. We might have a parliamentarian here tomorrow with a bit of luck. But while I wasn't looking, apparently one of our players lost on time in a drawn position.
Unfortunately, Luke
Is that right?
was pressing, and lost it. I mean, I don't know what happened really. He just misjudged it, I think.
It just happens, right? This
Yeah.
time control, it feels like you have a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
But 15 minutes just easily sinks down, and then, you know, before you know it, you're on the
You're on your increment. That's right. But I did enjoy the bottom board game, the junior player Alfred Soulier, in the Fritz Ulverstad variation.
Oh, we missed that game,
And
actually.
that was, black went wrong, and the punishment was swift. I was quite impressed by that game. That was really, really
But
nice.
actually, just coming back to Luke, I passed him just after the first round, and he went, "Oh my God, we've only had one game. I can't believe." And he looked a wreck already.
Yes.
But yeah, very unfortunate for him losing against Alexei. But anyway.
Yeah.
So what else is coming up in English chess?
Well, we have the British Chess Championships in Liverpool, in my home city, and I've managed to convince the council to support it quite substantially. So we've got the great venue of St George's Hall, which is where the European Championships were in 2008, and where the British was played.
Yep. Very first time I won.
I think you
British
won it there.
women's, yeah.
That was what I was going to say. You won it, and Stuart Conquest also. Is that right?
That's correct.
After a
yeah,
playoff
and
with Keith Arkle.
Yeah. Came second,
Yeah, and so we've got it back in that glorious venue, and the council are also supporting a huge chess festival. So we've got lectures, we've got simultaneous displays, we're going to have giant chess sets all over the city. It's funny, they had these funny sort of animals during, when Liverpool was the capital of culture, which was how we got the money in 2008. It was actually Dave Robertson, Liverpool chess player, who got the money. They had these funny sort of animal-type figures all over the city. I can't remember what they're called, but they were all over the place. And I plan to have giant chess sets all over Liverpool in a similar sort of fashion. And that's looking really good. Also, the council have supported 10 schools to get chess. So 10 schools are going to be introduced to the game of chess because they're very keen on what they call legacy. So I said, well, what better legacy than, 1,000 children knowing how to play chess for the rest of their lives who couldn't before?
And is this going to be part of the curriculum, or is this going to be...
Yeah, it's going to be on the curriculum in these schools.
That's fantastic.
So there's going to be one of the Chess in Schools and Communities charity tutors is going to go into those schools and teach them. So that's absolutely brilliant. So that's coming up. And there's also, of course, in Trafalgar Square, Chess Fest. July the 13th. If you're in London, the whole of Trafalgar Square is getting taken over for a massive chess party. And that's absolutely not to be missed.
Sorry,
tell me
go
more
on,
about Chess Fest, because I know it's there in the centre of Trafalgar. What does it entail, like symbols?
So if you can imagine the whole of Trafalgar Square turning into a giant chess club. So there's 9 giant chess sets. There's 7 or 8 tents. So there's a learning zone where if you don't know how to play chess, you come and learn. So there's one learning zone for the adults, one learning zone for the children. There's also a Beat the Master tent, so we have Gawain Jones coming down, about 10 or 15 masters, and the public just come and take them on. That's absolutely hilarious. We've got a grand stage where, I think sometimes I play a blindfold game, but I think I might actually delegate that one this year. I'm getting on a bit. But yeah, that's enormous fun. So I play a blindfold game on the stage. We also have some arrangement with Chess Kid, where one of their top juniors plays one of our top juniors, so Bodner Sivanandan has played that a couple of times, and Shreyas has played it a couple of times, so that's on the big screen. And my plan is to get Chess Fest going all over the country. And this year, and it's gradually starting to happen, so on the 13th, Chess Fest is also happening in Hull. And so we're going to play a match, Hull Juniors against London Juniors, which Hull won. If anyone's from Hull is listening, Hull won it last year. And then there's going to be a Chess Fest in Liverpool on the 20th. There's going to be a Chess Fest in a town near Bristol called Portishead. Also a band called Portishead, but I presume they were named after that.
Story.
Yep. And we're going to have a Chess Fest, as I said, in Hull, and we're also hopefully going to have a Chess Fest in Darlington. So it's kind of spreading all over the country. So my plan, I want to get up to 50 Chess Fests eventually before I give this up. Yeah, and it's so easy to do. You just need the council to give you a space, bring your chess sets, and just play.
Yeah. And how did you manage to secure Trafalgar Square? Because this is prime location.
Yeah, I just went and asked the mayor. Well, I don't want to say exactly how I got it, but I have some political connections, as you know, which we don't need to go into some detail. But I got one of my friends to ask the mayor.
Wow.
And we got it, and now it's in the calendar. I mean, I think this is number 4, or is it number 5? I can't remember. But it's becoming a fixture of the chess calendar and also the London tourism calendar. And it's amazing because we had 23,000 people last year. And I reckon for a lot of them, it was their first ever chess experience. And they loved it. And we also, of course, have the live chess. So we have these 32 actors on a giant board playing out games. And this year, I think the theme is going to be the Wizard of Oz. We had Alice in Wonderland. I think this year it's going to be the Wizard of Oz. But I can't actually remember. I should really know because I'm the chief executive of the charity. But I can't actually remember what we've chosen. I think it'll be the Wizard of Oz.
And numbers are growing each year.
They are, indeed. And we had an absolutely massive downpour last year. The place cleared. So Trafalgar Square went from being packed with thousands of people to completely empty, and there was a downpour. Bodner kept playing her transatlantic game, even throughout the downpour, and the rain was coming down onto the stage, and it was pouring down onto the electrics where the live board was connected to the, to the thing, and I could see the health and safety officer like freaking out, and I said, "Don't worry," I said, and I just picked it up and moved it out of the rain, and it was fine, and I survived.
But we should mention that normally the climate in London is actually much better than that. And
oh, indeed.
We have very, very hot summers. Just for those watching.
It was amazing. I mean, we had 5 hours of beautiful sunshine, 1 hour of downpour, and then another 3 hours of beautiful sunshine, which was absolutely fine.
I saw the pictures. During the downpour, it was empty, and then
packed again.
Time, it was absolutely packed.
And it didn't take long. And we had a few people dressed up as chess players wandering up and down the Strand and in the direction of Buckingham Palace, just bringing all the tourists in. It worked a treat. Yeah. But I don't know if we can beat the record. I mean, 23,000 is a lot of people.
Yeah, it was a visual feast for the chess players and also for the general public. And I also just wanted to ask you a quick question, because obviously you're heavily involved with chess in schools and communities. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I guess there's a funny story that I found a new chess pupil. I got an email back in about 2007 from the ECF, and it said, "There's somebody who wants to buy chess lessons as a birthday present." And I thought, that's interesting, maybe I could do that. And I looked at the email and I saw that the person who wanted to buy it was from an asset management company. Well, okay, well, this is probably a lead we should pursue, irrespective of whether we do the teaching or not. And I got to see the chap. It turned out to be an incredibly clever, bright guy who became very good at chess very quickly, but also was interested in chess and wanted to know what could be done for British chess, which was in the doldrums, rather, after our, the great English chess explosion, of which we were all a part. Me a little bit earlier than you, but nevertheless, you kept it going. But after that, it'd been in the doldrums, and I said, well, it's fallen off a cliff in schools.
Yeah.
And he said, well, what can we do about that? I said, well, we should just think about what the best way of trying to solve the problem is. And we decided that the most cost-effective way was a charity. So we formed a charity, and then I looked at it and I thought, well, what would I really like to achieve with this? Well, I thought, well, I'd like to actually achieve loads of girls learning how to play chess, instead of a classic chess club, where you say there's going to be a chess club at 3:30 on Thursday afternoon, and 27 boys turn up, 3 girls, and 2 of the girls run away. One of them always sticks it out. I always think about you, actually, when I tell the story, because I imagine you're the one who sticks it out. But it is true, though, that there's this kind of conditioning that it's not a girl's thing, and you've got to fight that. So I thought, well, the best thing to do would be to teach it as a classroom lesson. And everyone said I was mad. And even when I said, well, look, they do it in Armenia, they still said I was mad. But when the teachers see children so focused and so quiet, particularly in this age of instant gratification and mobile phones. They're absolutely amazed by it, and they love it. And now it's grown enormously, and we're currently in 341 schools, I think, every week, something like that. We've taught about 300,000 children since it started, and I think it's made a real impact. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic charity, the Chess in Schools and Communities. And
Chessinschools.co.uk. Free plug. Thank you.
okay.
Get him off.
No, but Malcolm, thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
joining us. You know, it's been such a treat listening to you.
Thanks for having me on.
And yeah, and
See ya.
well, the results are in. The results are in for
results
round
are
two.
in.
So
Oh, okay.
let's have a look and have a look at what actually ensued. Because it looked like everything was pretty smooth sailing for the top teams, and there you can see, yes, 2 against 4 for WR Chess team, and also Kaz Chess. They just squeezed past 3.5, 2.5 against Costa Calida.
I'm just looking down at Wood Green. Wood Green 0, Hexamind 6. That was a bit unfortunate.
That was unfortunate for Wood Green, but nonetheless, it's
They are an
fantastic.
incredibly strong team, Hexamind. They have Giri and Aronian, for example, and Dominguez as well.
Yes, and I think
So they are serious.
They're only rated quite lowly because they have an unrated player.
Yeah.
He was just like summarily. Like
So it just
awarded
dragged the average down,
1400,
yeah.
So it dragged the average down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's an incredibly fierce competition. And I think it's time for us to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to have more of the action.
I'm here with Iris Gural. Iris, I interview basically every event. Last year, the same one here. But this time, you and Yagas are both on the top boards. Tell me how it's going.
Well, first of all, we only played 2 rounds, but so far I think it's going good. We won the first round, and I think we're losing this round. But okay, we played against the #1 top seed, We Are Chess, and we gave our best. I think everybody did well. I think we can do great here. Our team looks strong.
And your team is a little bit different from other teams because these players, they don't play with each other as much as you guys do. Do you think it gives you a bit of an advantage? You're friends, after all.
Yeah, I think for sure our team spirit is very nice. Usually when we go back to hotel, we will probably play Blitz again this evening. We just chat, you know, talk, everybody's friends. So I'm very happy with the team spirit and how everyone is doing. I mean, basically there's, like, as you can see, there are 3 kids, and we're doing good so far.
And the preparation, what goes into that?
Well, preparation, I mean, I don't usually prepare for Rapid and Blitz. I just rather want to play quickly and try to not blunder tactics as much as I can. But as I said, we're playing Blitz, and maybe it helps also. Like, we're trying to improve together.
Of course. Yeah, you'll improve with Blitz, maybe not Bullet, but it looks like you're doing it the right way. And tell me, what are you looking forward to the most in this event, playing here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly looking forward to playing strong guys like we just played We Are Chess, and hopefully we'll win a few more games to at least get back to top seeds again. I mean, let's see how it goes. Everybody's going to give their best.
Thank you so much, it is the future of chess right before us, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thanks a lot.
I'm here with Divya
We are back, and it is round 3 in day 1 of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. Well, round 2 was relatively smooth by the top teams, but now it's serious because we're going to see a clash of the titans. It's Big Daddy.
Daddy?
I can't believe I said Daddy.
Listen, we're only 2 games in. You can't trip over your words yet.
No, I know.
It's only the first day.
And that was like the worst blooper by far. Okay, never mind. Okay, well, it's a big one, and here on our screens, you can see it's a matchup between a Hexamind chess team and Kaz Chess. So there we see Levon Aronian against Richard Reports.
And a little further on from that, we have Dominguez against Yesipenko. So that's also a very big game. So, as you say, battle of the big beasts. Oh, we've got very interesting Sveshnikov on the board. Sicilian Sveshnikov variation with Aronian playing this early knight d5. And leads to very unbalanced positions. Yeah. Did you ever play the Sveshnikov?
Never.
Not your thing. No,
Not my thing.
I played it for years. It's great fun.
Yeah, well, Magnus Carlsen revitalized the Sveshnikov, and they were playing into this line in his World Championship match against Fabiana Caruana.
That's right.
And one of the things I would say about it, I think objectively white is better, but black has a very easy plan. You know, you've got a nice pawn push of f7, f5.
Hang on, objectively white's better? Do you really think so? I'm not sure.
Well, the computer always says it's slightly better.
Does it? Okay, well...
But like I said, on a practical level, I mean, black's position is very easy to play. It's all about just grabbing that space with f5 and then developing the pieces. And we're humans.
But it's interesting what you say. I mean, listen, I haven't checked these kind of positions with a computer. You know, I was playing them back, you know, way back. And as you say, it always offers black really nice counter chances on the king side. And I always felt that somehow white's queenside expansion was just kind of insubstantial because it's so hard to actually push through that queenside majority. However, Aronian obviously knows this position very well, and he's advanced his B pawn, which I know is a thing. And I know that's what people do, but you know, this is very much computer preparation, basically.
Yeah, and well, we're just going to bring up this position so that we can analyze it in greater depth, because there we are seeing that the knight has been chased away from b5, maneuvering to a3. And the big question for Aronian, is he going to advance even further? c4?
Ivanka, let me just put it in context and go right from the beginning. Mm-hmm. So, is it a closed Sicilian? Well, no. Basically d4. So there was some subtle move orders, but basically we're now in the Sveshnikov. And bishop g5, of course, is the other main line. But knight d5, as you mentioned, the 2018 World Championship match, where Caruana was playing this against Carlsen. And, of course, one can play knight e7 there, but knight b8 is the kind of traditional way to play. And it's all about the pawn structures. So white has this 4-3 majority on the queen side. Black has this 4-3 majority on the king side. And can black advance those pawns? So just going a little further forward, b4. This is the thing. This is a computer move, and it's come to the fore over the last, 10 years. And as you said that white is supposed to have some kind of theoretical advantage here. But if you don't get it right, then black has very nice central control of that pawn on e5. I've always loved playing those positions with black. You often get them in the Kalashnikov as well, which is an opening that I've been advocating for a lot of my students over the last few years. But they're related structures, of course.
Yeah, completely agree. And there you're seeing bishop to e3.
But
I mean,
this is all preparation, though, isn't
yeah,
it?
totally. It is all kind of modern day theory. This has been played before. Bishop to e3, putting the knight on c4. White is just saying, I am going to control the queen side with space, and probably going to meet f5s with f4s, and just to try to control even more squares as it stands. So I am expecting f5 actually to happen right now. Just as I say it, it appears, and I'm expecting. And I see an f-pawn move. Was it f4? Was it f3? f3, I'm seeing.
I think what Levon might be going for is to push with a5. And if that's taken, whoops, if it's taken, then the knight will land on a5 and c6. Very nice. But if black plays b5, then the knight might sink itself on b6, and then you can perhaps follow up with c4. But I'm interested in the exchange sack in that kind of position. If a5, b5, knight b6, you know, black just gives up the exchange and plays, because so often you have this wonderful dark square control when you play this kind of Sicilian. But I would just wonder whether he's weighing that up.
Yes, it's black to play, so he doesn't have to take a decision on the queen side just yet, but the brute in me wants to go f4. And I can tell you I am a very direct commentator. Yeah, so f4 and then...
Rook f6, yeah. He's done it. I like it. This, for me, this was always the really fun plan. You know, when I was playing these Sveshnikovs. I love it. You know, this is great. And simply rook h6.
Queen
and
8.
Queen e8, queen h5.
And then
It's a piece of cake. It's
just as simple at times, right?
It is. Just attack down the h file. I mean, this looks lovely. Or rook h6 and bishop h4. That's the other way to try and get it in. Because that bishop, after rook h6, I wonder if king h1 and bishop g1 is possible. But, you know, that's very risky. I mean, this is a lovely attack. I wonder whether he's going to play g4.
That's
or g3.
a radical answer.
It's a radical answer.
And do you do that? I mean, I also wondering whether White can just tuck the king on h1, go bishop to g1 and go, I'm untouchable.
But then bishop h4 to g3?
Yeah, well.
I mean, that looks like a load of fun. I mean, listen. I mean, which side would you rather play here? Would you rather, you know, try and win a square on the queen side, take a pawn, or would you prefer to just stick the boot in and checkmate?
Well, I think the answer is very simple.
Was that a leading question?
Yes, it was. Would I rather take a square on the queen side, or would I rather be checkmated? No, I would rather be the one checkmating. So, I mean, this is really critical here for Aronian. He needs to find a good way to defend his king. Maybe we'll leave Aronian deep in thought and head somewhere else.
Just one last point before we move on. So I've been screaming about checkmate. The computer assesses this as slightly better for white. Pah! Is what I say to the computer. Right, where do you want to go next?
Okay, so I would mind going to the marquee matchup that has to be Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja. Now, I'm sure the cameras will catch up, but this is the live board, and Nihal Sarin, he's so strong at Blitz. He's so good, especially on the online world. 1 minute, and he's quick. Now,
well, is he so good at rapid, though? I'm not sure. He's not bad. He's not
26.76, not bad.
Okay, he's not bad. But Alireza Firouzja is the boss. So this is a tough one, of course. Okay, I'm going to go right from the top.
Well, from the outline of the endgame that we just saw, it does look like it came from a marshal, and that...
I mean, it's quite a theoretical anti-marshal line, and you know these pawn sacks are very well known. So black has a pawn down, but that's a mighty pair of bishops there. Interesting that Nihal has just switch the rook back to A8. Obviously, just wanting perhaps to be able to move that bishop. Or does he have in mind taking here? I don't know, it doesn't feel quite right, does it? I think
No,
I'd want to keep those bishops.
Well,
I'm just not quite sure why the rook has gone to A8. But
well, White's last move was King F1. So that indicates, just by process of elimination, that the knight is ready to move away. So the bishop takes F3 is perhaps a last time offer there. How dangerous is it?
But where's
where's
that knight going to go, though? I mean, I mean, my feeling is I would want to keep those bishops anyway.
Where would I go? I would probably, I'm looking at the square of E4. So I'm thinking somehow or other I wouldn't mind going in that direction.
Okay. How do
Okay.
okay, for the sake of argument, I'm going to play H6.
Well, we have a move from
has he
Nihal,
moved?
so we don't need to guess at anything.
I played Knight D5.
Knight D5. So this was his big idea, to trade off knights and be able to recapture without losing the A6 pawn. And very quick answer there from Ali Reza. Knight to E4, saying, you know, that bishop pair that you're banking on. Well, I want it off.
I assume he's going to plonk the bishop back. I mean, if he allows that bishop to be exchanged off, then White with the extra pawn must be very happy.
Okay, bishop to E7 is the move played.
Bishop E7, okay. Just drop back one square. Fair enough.
And again, how to coordinate the white pieces.
I keep looking at this move Knight B4. I mean, I know it can be defended, but it's just worth bearing in mind that might be something for black.
Well, bishop to D2 played. Very logical. Again, after knight to B4, it's decision time. Do you go knight E1, defend the pawn on C2 and get ready for the kickback of C3, or do you go bishop takes knight? I think probably your idea of knight to E1 makes a lot of sense. You sound a bit, I mean, it's not pretty chess.
It's not pretty chess, it's
but it's
needs
adequate.
must.
Exactly.
It needs must, yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not overjoyed about putting my knight back on the back rank, but, you know.
Yeah. Still remember that Nihal, he is a pawn down. And he still has to prove.
Has he played? He hasn't played it.
No, he hasn't played knight to B4.
No.
I mean, you have other moves, I guess. You can go C5,
I mean,
grab space.
Yeah, we could, I don't know. I don't like putting, we could put the knight back. We could just hack the thing off. But it feels like, you know, black must have enough compensate. I'm a fan of the bishops, and I just feel you can't be that much worse.
Okay, he goes for F5.
Ooh, very committal. Very committal, because that weakens these squares on the E5. I don't know, my first feeling is don't like it. What do you think?
Well, normally I'm a big fan of pushing pawns, and this is very direct play, and you're asking White, what are you going to do with the knight? But I agree with you, there is a law of consequences, and so we should be calculating knight E to G5, because we now have the possibility of going knight E6, which you didn't have before.
But also it's the fact that E5 is available.
Yeah, no, E5 is a...
I get bad vibes about F5. I don't like pushing pawns. You like pushing pawns, I don't like pushing pawns.
I'm too reckless with my pawns. Yeah.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, direct question. You know, why not this move, actually?
And then...
This could be very annoying. I mean, okay, let's find out.
He drops back.
Drop back.
Knight C3. But still, he's got the same idea that you have. Like, knight C3, you exchange of knights, then you got control over E5. So, knight to...
I imagine he's going to play...
Yeah,
he has played knight before. Yeah, I mean, that
had to be played.
That straightens out White's
Yeah.
pieces, and that's beautiful. So, knight B4, yeah. It all looks very logical. Oh, no, now am I coming back to knight E1? I might have to. Or rook C1 is possible.
Yeah.
Which Which miserable retreat would you prefer?
I would prefer the knight to go to e1,
Okay.
just on the basis that a rook is worth 5 points, a knight is worth 3, so black is winning the maths game there.
Ah, okay. But it looks like he's played knight d4. So c5, knight takes the knight hits the bishop.
Yeah, but the question remains, what happens if you just defend the pawn on f5 against
G6.
g6?
Yeah.
And that knight on d4 is going to get kicked about.
So, yeah, and not just with the pawn, but one could also attack it with bishop f6 as well. So I was thinking, first of all, rook e1, but then bishop f6. Yeah, that's a little bit worrying. Was he going to play his knight back and just eliminate this?
Yeah.
Something like this. So that can be taken. Maybe that's what he has in mind.
He's reaching for the g pawn.
It's subtle stuff, it has to be said. Yep. G6 played. So knight e2. I mean, I was just looking at knight a2, but I mean, I don't like putting the knight back there. That feels nicer because it might spin to f4 and in here. I think he's actually played it.
Yeah. And what is the answer after c5? He has played.
I was going to chop that.
Yeah.
And then, well, also a very unclear position, actually, because those bishops are just tremendous.
Yeah, exactly. You post up the bishop on f6.
And then c3. I mean, that one's...
Yeah, but you have to be careful. I feel like all three results are actually possible here. You know.
Tricky position. Maybe we should move on.
I think we should
One
move
of the
on.
connoisseurs, I think that one. Very technically, very difficult.
We'll keep an eye on this game,
Yeah.
but maybe we had
Should we move to Naka?
Yeah, this is the one I was curious about because Pavel Elyanov is playing Hikaru Nakamura. And yeah, I mean, I was kind of baffled by the final position that we saw there. But okay, this is how it came from. Came from a London system.
And very early knight h5. I kind of like this sort of disruptive move that Hikaru has played. But very straightforward development for white.
Yeah, and it's actually very trendy to go knight to h5. But there we're seeing black taking on d4, white conceding the center, knight takes d4.
Very sensitive pawns.
I like that description. A little bit vulnerable
They
at the
are
right times, and
vulnerable.
that's why you're seeing e4 immediately. But the onus is on white here to do something concrete. Like, yeah, the pawns on e6, f6, g6. A tad sensitive, to quote you, Danny. David, Danny.
It's only day one, you reckon.
Okay, I'll just come off doing commentary for David.
I know.
Shout out to you, David.
Okay, so this is the position. It feels as though this is, well, let's just say very comfortable for black. With Naka has taken the open file. Although, of course, it can't move there straight away, but still, I mean, that's the only little problem in the position, but it's not such a big deal. I mean, if black simply played queen d5 here, I mean, that endgame is absolutely, I mean, after this, well, that's equal.
Yeah.
I mean, not that queen d5 is
Yeah, it's not the most
obligatory.
ambitious.
I mean, you could put rook d8, maybe.
Yeah,
Probably rook d8.
yeah. I definitely think that rook to d8 is going to be very good. And just keeping the queens on the board. So, yeah, maybe we move from this game before the TV turns off on us. Yeah, and let's move away from this game and let's have a look at other games. Danny, I'm going to give you the pick.
Okay. Well, just in that same match, Gladura against Duda. There's a lot going on there. Very, very sharp. Let me do a quick tour because I'm looking at these positions for the first time. Alexander Moiseyenko against Wesley So.
What is happening there?
I rather like Moiseyenko's position actually with this pawn on c5. Looks very nice actually. But question is what's happening if the knight plunges into d6? Yeah, Moiseyenko looks to me to have a nice advantage there with control over the d6 square. Moving on again. Oh, that's a sharp position. So we have Osmak against Kostyuk. Ooh. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, White's knight looks pretty good. Knight f4. So I would say Kostyuk looking pretty good there.
Okay, and on the recreational board between...
so Vadim Rosenstein and Aldia Sailobai.
Sailobai, yeah. And then Rosenstein playing black.
Well, is that a very bad bishop or is it suddenly going to turn into a very good bishop after d5? But it's black's move here.
Black has some nice play along the c-line, nice pressure.
Yeah, but I think this bishop could just kind of explode into the game at any moment, actually. Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, if that's taken, then that opens up the bishop. That's nice. And otherwise, d5 could be coming, again, to open up that bishop in the corner. So, yeah, I think Rosenstein with black has to be a little bit careful there, actually.
When you have the presence of opposite color bishops, you always have to pay attention to who's controlling the initiative, what the weaknesses are. You really have to pay attention to the dynamic factors in the position.
We saw that. I mean, there were quite a few examples in Norway chess.
Exactly.
I mean, there are actually...
between Fabiano Caruana and Eric Geisy, you can see Eric Geisy turned it around just because of the presence of opposite color bishops.
And Fabiano won a really nice endgame against Wei Yi. Very smooth. When at first you thought, well, has he got much advantage? And then, boom, it was just wiped him off the board. So really tricky opposite colored endgames. Rosenstein has played f6, just driving the queen back. But d5 is still an option, but it does mean that this bishop on a1 will be blunted by the pawn on f6.
Yep. Well, that game's very tense. Still early days. It's very difficult to say which side has an advantage or not. But maybe we kind of work our way down. So we follow the cameras. Maybe we go to
Rapport
Levon Aronian. We saw earlier on that was a Sveshnikov, and Rapport. we left it at. Well,
how did you deal with checkmate, basically?
Exactly, because, this ghost was in the air. The rook was threatening to come to h6, queen e8, queen h5, checkmate on h2.
Well, bishop d3 first, queen e8, so all as advertised. And then g4, so he did go for this g4 idea, but he prefaced it with bishop d3, which I think that's a nice refinement. Taking control over the diagonal. And it means, of course, a piece can't come to g6. So very interesting. An exchange. Rook f8. So f4. I mean, really sharp, with Aronian exposing his own king in this way. B5. Now, I mentioned this earlier, and with this plan of plonking the knight on C6, often you can do this, though, in these kind of positions, and you just have to live with it. And he's taken on F4.
Yeah, he has taken on F4. Well, he's given up the rook on A1. So
there's
the greedy guts in me is like, just take the rook.
There's a rook hanging. There's a rook hanging on B8 as well. You think just take it? He's done it.
Wow. He's taken it, and
Whoa.
he's just saying if knight takes rook, surely there's a bishop to D4 check. Zwischenzug.
Zwischenschach. It's getting very. Okay, but what's happening with this rook? I mean, it barely feels as though white has given up material here because there's so much hanging.
That is true.
And these bishops look great. The knight looks great. The queen is on this diagonal. But white's king is very exposed. I mean...
Well, the materialist in me just says, hold on. Rook to B7, bishop takes D6 is going to be met by rook takes rook. And
True.
I'm happy to play this one.
Yeah? Okay. How can I try and cook something up that's... Okay, so all right, well, I can't resist that pawn. So you just want to take... I suppose maybe just moving the knight out to F6. Yeah.
F6.
I mean, that move at a stroke just kind of makes sense of black's pieces. There's harmony now. The rook covers E7, covers along the 7th rank. And this bishop might actually get in the game at some point. So yeah, that looks okay. I'm interested to see how this one develops. So what move's actually been played? Rook B7 played? No? Or has it been played?
Rook B7 indeed played.
It was played. Okay. Good stuff.
So Aronian now needs to play very carefully in order to maintain the balance. Let's move down because another big matchup, Alexander Grishuk against Volodar Mersin. Volodar Mersin, young and also world rapid champion.
Now let me see. Well, I mean, at first glance, it does look more pleasant for white. Grishuk with playing d4, it's a queen's gambit declined, and Grishuk has more active pieces. The Avalbar says it's just equal. It's not that impressed. I would be a little bit concerned with black because these pieces have yet to enter the game. At the moment, knight d6 is impossible because of rook c5. Rook takes bishop. Knight d7, that can be taken. So black has problems to develop here.
Yeah, black has to play very carefully, right? Because, it's no secret what white is planning. You've got doubling up on the c line, pin incoming against the bishop on c5. But, okay, so black is relying on some concrete things. First up, that the bishop can be defended by a knight jumping into e4.
Yeah, do you know, it's one of those positions where, okay, the computer confidently assesses this as equal, whereas for a human, you kind of think, this is tricky. So obviously there's kind of a careful path to equality. That's what it feels like to me. But, I've grovelled in these kind of Queen's Gambit decline positions, and they're not simple at all.
There we see bishop b6. Which also makes a lot of sense since it covers the d8 square. So now bishop takes rook.
Okay, but it's going to take time for this rook to enter the game.
Right. But you can still go moves like rook a7. You get your rook into that way, and then you can follow that with rook c7. So you can kind of repair the fence in that manner. I also quite like g5. And I know you would not approve.
You're pushing your pawns again, aren't you?
Yes.
You just can't help yourself. the eval bar still says it's equal.
But more comfortable, I would say, for white. I mean, black will be the one spending the energy, finding all of those precise moves.
Grishuk's down to a minute and a half. He just can't help himself. He just goes down to the wire. And against someone as young and dangerous as Murzin, it could be fatal. I think we should keep an eye on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, no early results yet. So everyone's still in fighting mood. Maybe we can just check out the game between Dominguez against Yesipenko.
Yesipenko has black
we can
here.
just give a spot assessment because we're in the end game. Looks like
Equal.
if anyone is better, maybe white is a smidge better, but that's about it.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Anishgiri against Aldia Ansat. Oh, now that is very sharp.
Okay.
Giri has sacked a pawn. He's got some beautiful pressure. Oh, do you want to go to Aronian?
Sorry to interrupt you, but we have to dash to the game between Boris Gelfand and
Oh.
Arjun Erigaisi. This is
What?
all the way down on board 25. Arjun Erigaisi playing for MGD1, and Boris Gelfand playing for Region Lesion Chess Club. Sorry for my pronunciation there.
Erigaisi, well, you've seen him at close quarters in Norway chess. I mean, what an exciting player he is.
He's incredibly exciting. He's so ambitious. He takes risks in such a spectacular way. And talking about risks, I mean, what is this? His kingside pawns, G5, F5.
But he is the exchange up.
That is true.
Beautiful bishops for Boris. And beautiful centre pawns. I mean, it feels like tremendous compensation for white, but I like that rook on a6, actually. It's kind of covering some nice squares.
Well, I'm worried, Danny, because d6 is coming. I'm also worried about a queen battery on the long diagonal, and there you see knight takes knight, queen captures immediately. I'm just thinking bishop c3, queen to d4. I know it might be wishful thinking for the time being, but that's dangerous.
It is. But then again, if I'm
You're going to swing the rook over to g6.
I am going to play rook g6, and then if you establish that battery, let's say rook g6. So if you go for the battery, then actually the king is safe here. I don't want to look at the eval bar because it just doesn't like my moves. Actually, it doesn't mind rook g6 too much.
And just to update you, it was a draw between Alexander Grishuk and Volodar Murzin.
Okay, all right. So he couldn't find the thing.
Yeah, he literally just lifted the rook up to a7 and agreed a draw. So.
But this is interesting. I mean, the clock times 2:48 for Boris Gelfand. He's played rook g6. There we are. So that rook does a good job of protecting key squares on the king side. But also, I wonder if he might be angling to play f4 to break open. Boris has just taken on a3. Okay, grabbing material, and he can still cut back with the bishop.
d6 is still very much in the air.
Where's black's counterplay? That's the question.
Well, black has the extra material, so he just has to hold firm. Like, don't get checkmated. Was a good rule in chess, right?
Yeah, but a bit of activity. Now, there we go. That's the activity. Queen e7.
Queen e7, okay.
Nice. We're doing something. That's the way to go.
But still, even if the queens come off the board, it's still very dangerous, right? With d6, such a strong pawn there in the center. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I don't mind this for black. I quite like it. Although the eval bar is telling us that it's equal, whatever that means.
somehow, the reason why I'm not a big fan of black's position is just because there you see bishop to b2. The margin of error is higher for Aragaisi, and the consequences are going to be greater. d6, rook to d1, d7 in the air, the b7 pawn is also weak. I can also see a4, a5, a6, and the...
Oh, steady on. You're making me nervous. Okay, but...
Two people are playing chess, I know.
Okay, but what about... Let me play queen I'm just curious what happens in these endgames. So if queen d4, okay, I'll just hack the queens off. And we'll see what happens.
Well, he didn't go for your queen e2. He just went immediately for counterplay with f4.
Oh, he went for f4.
Yeah, f4. Now, as white, you have to refrain from the temptation of capturing that pawn. You do that, the rook on g6 becomes a monster. So...
Well, this is typical Aragaisi. You know, he wants to counterattack. He loves to put pressure on his opponent.
Better to just put the queen on d4, maybe go into that endgame. And
he's
the
played
clock
d6.
is ticking down. Oh, he's gone d6. This game is super sharp. So we'll keep an eye on this one, let you know of how it concludes. But we do have to head back to the top board between Alireza Firouzja and Nihal Sarin. When we left it, Alireza was a pawn up. He's still a pawn up, but it's the ultimate question of the bishop versus the knight. What do we think?
Well, Nihal is fishing around for a bit of play with h4. I mean, I assume that Alireza is going to just close it with h4. How strong is that b pawn? I mean, basically it's a very clear advantage for white. It's not a beautiful knight, but it's holding things firm. I mean, I think it means that this bishop can't get into the game very easily. So, Nihal is struggling for a draw here, basically.
Yeah. Well, Nihal's bishop is beautifully placed on b2 now, I say that. It's moved back to f6. And yeah, white does have problems getting the knight into the game, but we do have to check out this one, what we're seeing on our screens. Pavel Ilyanov against Hikaru Nakamura, because, talk about a good knight against a bad bishop.
I would love to talk about that, the good knight against the bad bishop. I would love to play this good knight position, because this is a dream for white. Naka in massive trouble. He's pawn down, but look at that knight blockading the e-pawn. This bishop is dead. It's nothing. It must be a winning position.
Yeah, it certainly looks winning, but I tell you one thing. Hikaru is one of the best defenders in the world. And he always looks so confident. Like rook to d1, he means mischief with rook coming to d3, d2, rook a1. You need to get active, and can he confuse Pavel Ilyanov? And you see that on the camera, the rook has been sliding up to d3, d4.
It's not easy. It's really not easy. Optically, it looks wonderful, but to make progress, not at all simple. I think our graphics board needs to update. That's better. So that's on the board. Yeah, I mean, the eval bar says plus 2.5 or so, or even more. But how are we going to make progress? I mean, bringing the king over? King e3, and then possibly you're looking to play either rook d2 or rook c2?
Yeah, I was thinking g3, king e3, g3, rook h2.
Ah, hit that one as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
and
nice.
Then just
beautiful.
Go between the c file and the h line.
Yep. I think Hikaru's in big trouble here.
But Hikaru still keeps wriggling. Like now, okay, he put his bishop on e7. I was expecting d8, because then if you go king e3, then there's bishop to b6. But now the king steps up to e3, rook h2, 2 on the agenda. Rook D1. Rook D2 offering a trade. Is he reaching to take it?
Clock
Rook E1.
times 2:20 for Hikaru, 2:40 odd for Pavel Yanov. But it looks tremendous, doesn't it? I mean, I don't think things have, well, they haven't improved for Hikaru.
Yeah, and if Elyanov wins, this is an important point because Jan Krzysztof Duda did beat Benjamin Glederer. So Ashdod Elite Chess Club, they are trailing by 1 point. Still everything to play for.
Ah, interesting. He's exchanged off the knight for the bishop.
And now's the time, coming with the king.
And the rook is active on the c-file, so still it's great. I have to say, Pavel Yanov, he's a classy player. Does he want to check and take the g-pawn? No, that's probably a little bit too much. This is tricky. Hikaru's rook is active enough. Should we go to Richard Rapport against Levon Aronian? Oh, wow. It looks like Levon is going to do it. 2 pawns steaming down the board, supported by king and knight. How did that happen?
Well, we saw a very crazy position, right, where bishop takes a1 was played. And it's never very easy when your opponent's pieces are active. See, like this position, like a knight to e5. And then he just took control.
But it's very, kind of very surprising, actually, because normally you don't want to exchange rooks when you're the exchange down. But he's judged this one perfectly. The pawns were just too far advanced. Incredible. So that's on the board. Yep. And just making room for the king to come in. So obviously rook takes allows knight d7.
Yep, you can't play that. The king is coming into c6. The pawn is hanging on g4. Do you even head that direction? I feel like it's not necessary.
No, king as you mentioned, king c6 is coming, and it's game over, isn't it?
And there we see in the handshake, it is a win for Levon Aronian. So just to keep you updated on some of the results in that game, it was a draw in the game that we saw in the background between Lenier Dominguez and Andrei Esipenko.
Tremendous win from Levon there. What an initiative he had. He played very, very bravely. Around about here, I would say it's absolutely not obvious who is better in this position. When you played rook b7, it seemed as though black was kind of getting enough counterplay with the rook on the 7th. But I think there were a lot of twists and turns in this game.
Yeah, and we just saw that it was a victory for Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces against Boris Gelfand.
Oh wow! And I missed that. Where?
Yeah, well,
I need to catch up. It's all happening.
Absolutely sharp. And here we move on to the game. This is the game between Levon Aronian against Richard Rapport. We saw that finish, and now, well, Ali Reza making progress. The b-pawn is looking very menacing.
How far is he going to go? This is the question.
Well, Nihals are in seconds left on his clock, Danny.
Yep, that's tough. So far, Firouzja has kept the knight on e2, keeping everything solid, but I'm just wondering when this is going to fly into the position and maybe bounce back to f3 and into e5, as that's the pawn that Firouzja needs to go for. Excuse me.
And this is a really important game for the standings, because as it stands, Ashdod are trailing by 1 point, But looking at the games, I can see that Julia Osmak, she's in trouble against Alexandra Kostaniuk. Alexandra playing for the WR chess team. Wesley So does look like it's going to be a draw against Alexander Moisenko, even though he's a pawn down in a rook and pawn endgame. So Nihal Sarin has to hold this one. A pawn down against Ali Reza Firouzja, not going to be easy.
So he is starting to maneuver with that knight. So I'm thinking it's going to come back to f3 and fly into e5. You know, we might have some situation where Firouzja gives away the b6 pawn, but goes for g6. Ooh, what's happening here? Okay, I think we better avoid that one. King d1. This is on prise. Okay, this is tricky.
Yeah, Sarin coming in with the king.
Knight takes bishop. Okay, so after that little sequence, so let's just go back. So knight c2 played, hitting the bishop, so that's why Nihal had to give away that piece, and now g3 is hanging. Wow, it's not easy to bring these pieces across. And there's that serious counterplay.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's not actually easy to play white here.
No.
Because as you mentioned, the h pawn falls, the h5 pawn will come running. f4 is sensitive, let's put it that way, vulnerable.
No, that's probably the one to go for, because if... Oh, can it be held? So knight d3 holds the f pawn, and it might come here.
But you give up the h pawn.
That's life. What can you do?
Okay, I'm expecting rook takes h4.
No, he wants to put his knight on f3. Okay, it has more scope.
But yeah, you have to go rook takes h4 now. It's now or never, because knight f3 is coming. So Nihal, he does it. Rook takes h4, knight f3, and then move the rook.
Yeah, and then rook d6 and takes here.
Hang on a second.
So he's got to play rook g4, rook g4.
It's the only move, right? You go rook h1, rook to d6.
Yeah, but wait a second. After rook g4, we've got knight e5.
Yep. Oh, he goes rook h1, and you see the evaluation bar shoot up. So rook d6.
That should be it. Okay, did it still think that black was okay before this?
Yeah,
Still thought it was...
You have to go rook g4.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think. After knight e5, or was he just pushing the h pawn maybe?
Yeah, and then maybe
and give up the rook. Wow, but this is gone now.
That's difficult though.
This is gone. I cannot believe that Nihal will survive this one. Maybe just taking with a pawn, and this one looks too strong to me.
Yeah, the problem is the knight on f3 just guards the h pawn, and as you say,
God, so many key squares. Yeah.
G pawn is just quick.
It's passed, it's fast, and when it lands with check, and that is not very pleasant. Yeah. Rook f1 played.
Okay. Nihal being tricky. Nihal just playing with his final seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what to do.
Good move. Knight d2.
Knight d4, knight
d4, knight
d2,
d4, yeah.
knight e5. Maybe not in knight e5 because of rook e1 check. And the problem is, as you mentioned, the g pawn is just queening with check, and that is such a crucial tempo.
Knight d4 feels like the right move because it might be able to spin back to e2 at some moment. Mm-hmm. But I mean, this is tricky. This is very tricky, actually.
Knight d4, you can also meet f4 with king stepping back to e2. You can meet rook e1 check with the king stepping back to d2. Okay. Rook d3. What is this? So rook takes knight. You're just going to move the king backwards or forwards, it doesn't really matter. Get into
That's
king and pawn
that's
endgame.
so classy. So forces an exchange of rooks, and yeah, queening with check. Let's just see this, and that is a win because of this one, basically. Let's just go back. Is that move of the day so far? Could be.
It's a contender. And
Rook
talking
D3,
about
we
move of
love
the day,
that.
we are looking at person of the day. Person of the day is the person who has impressed you the most, and Ali Reza Firouzja putting in a very strong challenge. Let's move to this game that we're seeing. Alexandra Kosteniuk against Yulia Ozmak. What is happening here? Two knights against the king.
2 knights against the king. Okay, I'm going to stick my neck out there. I think it's a draw.
Yes, it is a draw, as long as you don't find the king in the
I want to go back to this one. Let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back to... Oh, what is happening here? Some hesitation there from Ali Reza. Seconds on the clock.
Okay, rook g4 played. Wants to take this one. Okay, how do we do it? Oh, yeah, class. Rook g1. I mean, this is fantastic technique. That's it. That's game over.
There was some hesitation there from Ali Reza, so maybe he missed this move.
No, king d3, it's
king
fine.
d3.
Yeah, and we've still got rook g1 and g8.
Yeah.
And it's handshake time.
Okay.
Or does he want to save the knight first? Are we going to be greedy?
He's saving the knight.
No, he's saving the knight because maybe there was a chance there was a draw.
You don't want to calculate, right?
No.
A rook against those 2 pawns, especially when you're just on seconds. And yeah, we are seeing there Alexandra Kosteniuk trying to mate Yulia Ozmak with 2 extra knights, but it is a theoretical draw.
So I'm assuming that just simply knight takes pawn here should do the biz.
Yeah. So you're going back to the game between Ali Reza Firouzja and Nihal Sarin. Yeah, that's looking like Ali Reza is completely in control. Maybe we can quickly glance in at Hikaru Nakamura against Pavel Elyanov.
Ooh.
Because when we left it was a rook and pawn endgame, and ooh, there has been a turnaround there.
Oh, that's incredible.
So we gotta head over because we see Ali Reza, he's in full control.
He's about to win that one,
Yeah.
but in a moment, it would be great if we could see Nakamura Elyanov on camera. We'll move over. Perhaps we'll just finish this one first, but Ali Reza looks like he's about to finish this one off. Yeah, rook goes behind the pawn, checks the king, and then I expect the knight will come into f5, and yeah, he's now under 10 seconds.
Difficult to find a move. In comes the king. Nihal banking all of his hopes on his h-pawn. He might as well push it. Knight f3.
Very cool move.
That h-pawn is getting nowhere.
Very cool move.
And there we see Ali Reza just checking his teammates' scores. And it was a big battle. But in the end, the results speak for themselves. There you can also see to the right the game between Pavel Elyanov and Miwan. On the camera, we see a handshake. Ali Reza Firouzja wins for his team, WR chess team, and Nihal disappointed.
Very cool technique by Ali Reza. Somehow he doesn't look stressed at all. Took everything in his stride, but he played so carefully. I mean, the eval bar was showing that that endgame was actually equal, but he squeezed it out. I would like to go and see Nakamura against Elyanov.
Well, according to
Is it still
my games, no, a draw has been agreed.
Draw agreed. Wow.
But
I don't know if I've got all the moves there. Let's just we're looking at Alexandra Kosteniuk with 2 knights, king and 2 knights against the king, and she's, well, God loves a trier. If she manages to land a checkmate, that would be extraordinary, but it is a theoretical draw.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the results, and once again, the favorites are just working their magic. It is 3.5, 2.5. Actually, Hexamine chess team, they are winning their match against Kaz Chess, 3.5, 2.5. So, but Hexamine, you know, has Levon Aronian, Volodar Mersin, Lenia Dominguez, Anish Giri. So no surprise that they beat Kaz Chess, even though Kaz Chess were ranked number 2nd. Uzbekistan, the pride and joy of Uzbekistan, they won 4.5, 1.5 against Night Dance. And Freedom, with Vishy Anand leading the charge, they won against Team Hungary. So some great scores there.
They're actually, the Uzbekistan team, they're my kind of tip for the top. They look seriously strong. If you look on the women's board, they have Afruza Khamdamova, who's rated 2406, and they're the recreational player, as we're calling them now. Well, I don't know this player. Imom Kuzieva, rated 1943. So, you know, those 2 boards in themselves actually could give them the edge over some of the stronger teams. And then they have, you know, basically the Uzbek national team, headed by Noribek Abdusatorov on top. So they're serious contenders, I think.
Yeah. And there we do see on the video, it was a draw between Alexandra Kosteniuk against Yulia Ozmak. Yeah, it's a theoretical draw for a reason, but no harm in trying. And Alexandra Kosteniuk, she makes sure that her team, WR chess team, they are very comfortably there with 2 victories. The rest were draws.
So what else have we got going? I can just see results at the moment. Can't see any other games going on, unless I'm mistaken. Should we pick a game and go through it?
Maybe we can see the finish between Boris Gelfand and Arjun Erigaisi. Because we left it at a very interesting stage where you and I were kind of disagreeing. You thought that Arjun was doing well. I was like, ooh, bit dangerous.
Okay, let's
So we left it with Arjun pushing forward the f-pawn, which is a fantastic, energetic mood. D6 being played. And it's around about here.
Well, that's interesting because the computer says that this is about equal and thinks that rook f2 is best, but thinks that the very natural king h1 was a blunder because of rook h6. Mm-hmm. So is the attack is this too sensitive? I think it might be.
It might be, right? Because say you play a random move like queen to d4. And then you drop the h2 pawn.
Those bishops look scary, but no, it seems fine. Bishop e6 looks okay.
Yeah. And the old...
But this is, I mean, it's really sharp. Oof.
Beautiful.
I need to take that in.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But it's a nice saving move there from rook f2, but unfortunately rook e1 and you have to give up the ghost.
Okay, let's just go back, because I mean that was a bit of a roller coaster ride. But yeah, basically it looks like this whole attack was too much, but apparently the computer is saying that rook f2 is still okay for white. I mean, what a random position. Mm-hmm. I mean, really, this is too hard to kind of assess.
But this is the kind of position where these Indian talents, they're so good. They're able to calculate fast. They spot the calculations really, really quickly, the complications. And yeah, just to identify that after king h1, you can quickly go rook to h6. You can take on g3. And that these bishops, they look very, very scary. comes to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, one point here is that if pawn takes pawn, this is a problem. Queen takes f7. Basically, the f7 point is vulnerable. But even so, I mean, I still find this very hard to believe that white is okay here. Listen, this is an impossible position to try and analyze. I'm looking at bishop e6 or something like this, but wow. Yeah, I mean, anything can happen here.
And talking about anything can happen, maybe we can see how Levon Aronian, we kind of glanced over it, that incredibly sharp position that suddenly turned around. Maybe we can just comb through those really critical moments.
Okay, so let's
Like when bishop takes rook happen, maybe we can go in.
So this is where we were looking at bishop takes.
Yeah.
But
didn't like rook takes rook and then knight f6.
This was working out. This seemed like stable enough for black.
And then so instead of bishop takes pawn, rook to e1 was played, which is...
Rook e1, yeah. Okay, so hitting the queen, and queen h5 is possible. I wonder why he didn't go for queen h5, actually. Queen h5. Don't know, what's... Doesn't this look dangerous? Isn't the king exposed? You know?
Yeah, queen h5 looks...
But he didn't go for that. Instead, Rapport played knight e5.
Well, he wanted to protect the d6 pawn, I guess. So knight e5 makes sense. Bishop takes, and then... Yeah, and here, somehow or other, the endgame worked out in white's favour. But maybe
it's kind of surprising. I mean, I wonder whether, you know, moves like g6, was this too slow?
Oh, it looks fine, doesn't it?
As I mentioned before, your rook e7, to my eyes, is really surprising, because if you're the exchange down, you know, it's one of those rules, you don't exchange off a pair of rooks.
Yeah.
You know, that's exactly what black wants. Black wants to exchange a pair of rooks here, because it makes it much easier for the king to come across. And indeed, the computer says this is inaccurate, actually.
So rook e7, and then after rook takes, knight takes, king f7.
Doesn't like bishop f5 for some reason.
Yeah, okay, maybe you need to start winning pawns.
How do we win a pawn? I'd love to win a pawn.
Yeah, that would be good. Easier said than done. I'm just thinking bishop a6.
Just to protect that pawn?
Just protect that pawn.
Wow, okay. Just hold everything and...
Yeah, and then, you know, slowly you start to improve.
Can I bring the king? It's incredible that this knight somehow controls these absolutely key squares, preventing the king and the rook coming across. I mean, if I get this in quickly, this is quite scary.
Very scary.
I don't know. I'm not sure about bishop a6. Does it like bishop a6?
Hang on, let me just check. So knight takes.
No, I think bishop a6 is okay.
Okay.
What else? What's
interesting?
What's the key move?
The key move is bishop h3. Weave a mating net around the white king.
Bishop h3. Okay, but what if I run?
Yeah. Well, also, what happens if you take the pawn? That's what would be the first question that I'm asking.
I'd want to run with the king first, get the king out.
Okay. I just wanted to see what the big idea for white is. But let's run out with the king. Let's break out. So king e8 is the...
Okay, just to put the king here. Check.
And then bishop f1. So you're covering absolutely everything.
That's the tricky idea. To exchange off, and then the king comes across.
Yeah.
Well, that's
a
clever.
nice king e8, king
Yeah,
d7.
yeah, yeah.
But what's surprising to me is bishop h3, which is like a study-like way to get the advantage. Bishop takes b5.
Okay.
And then the whole idea
Sorry.
is that you still go king e8. So
Oh, king
incredible,
e8. Wow.
incredible resource there that Black could have had. But we have to go to game 19.
Do we?
Which is, yeah, because
we?
Vishy Anand, playing for freedom, he was facing off against Adam Kozak. He turned round a losing position.
Okay, it's the
Yeah.
first time I've seen this one, so let me kind of tune in here. Can I go back to the start? We got time, I'm sure. So Anand playing white, and yeah, this modern trend to take on c6. I mean, I find this bizarre. It's just kind of anti-positional. To bring the pawn closer to the center, d5, square is covered.
Yep.
I don't understand.
Maybe-
Black's better. I tell my students, you don't exchange on c6 voluntarily.
It's a different type of world out there.
It is.
And maybe if we could fast forward
Okay.
to move, let me just get the whole sequence. Move 25, the fun begins now.
Yeah. And now Vishy's better.
Yeah.
That's the mad thing.
But things happen. So around move 25, rook to d4, and then knight a5 happens, which is a blunder. And now Black is suddenly better.
Okay.
And the best move after
Queen c5.
the
Okay, so Queen c8. Right, the queen is...
so
So Vishy's king got in trouble. But here, Black blundered apparently. And the move should be Queen g4. Well, somehow that doesn't feel like a big surprise to move the queen in.
yeah, when you're hunting down a king, you got to get the big guys in.
Yeah.
Queen to
Okay,
g4.
but e4 played.
And then, just like that, it's too late. Because it looks great, right? Queen g4 coming with queen f3 check.
I mean, this is pretty extraordinary. Yeah, it does. It's incredible that this knight somehow controls
Yeah.
the key squares. I mean, wow. And it basically says white is now better, which is extraordinary. And if... Oh, so this was the... Okay, he blundered his queen. And Vishy won. But if f5, then king d2, looking to crawl over to the queen side. I mean, that's an amazing position.
It's very impressive. And it's all to do with this e4. It allows the white knight to come in to the aid of his king. So it just goes to show the old maxim is true.
Okay, pushing forward.
A knight is a king's best friend.
Ah, yeah, that's true. That maxim. I
Yeah.
wonder which one you were going to come out with, but yeah,
Yeah.
very true in this case.
I didn't learn that one until a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, your whole chess career could have been different.
I know, if I had known that a knight was a king's best friend. I also didn't know that bishops improve in strength when they're anchored by a pawn. Especially important in endgames.
Very true. Yeah. But the right type of endgames.
Yes, opposite colour bishop endgames.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's very, very important. But yeah, this is super instructive. Queen to g4, one move earlier, Black would have won. e4 looked very tempting, but unfortunately the knight on c6 comes back to just aid the white king.
Fantastically strong. Yeah, I mean, the queen has options to check basically down here in combination with the rook. Yeah, and the king is safe. There's nothing happening. e4 was just injudicious. Right, where else are we going to go? How did Malcolm's mates get on this round? Do we know?
I will check for you.
Let me
First
have a
up,
look.
I will need to have a look at the
Oh, I
teams.
see Luke lost. Ooh.
Oh, okay, they were playing against the Singaporean team of Theme International Trading. And yeah, so whilst Luke and Gawain, they lost to Martinez and Jumabayev. Well, it was a win for Nikita Vichigov and also Irina Bulmaga, who came second in the European Women's Championship this year.
I think they
Alfred.
pipped it.
They
Yeah.
did 3.5, 2.5.
Yeah. Okay, so Malcolm's mates stagger on
Yeah.
regardless. Excellent. Where else are we going to go? Maybe, I don't know if you want to have a quick look at one of those games.
Yeah, maybe we can have a look at Alfred Sulia, the recreational player. But maybe it's not necessary.
Let's have a quick look.
But because Malcolm, our previous guest, was pretty excited. Was it a good game?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Where are we going to go? It'd be nice
Okay.
to look at some crashing win.
Well, maybe we should take a quick break, and when we return, we are going to have more recaps, more fun, and I guess, see you soon.
Your favorite Brits, Sherlock or Harry Potter?
Sherlock.
Sherlock or Paul McCartney?
Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney or Mr. Bean?
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean or David and Victoria Beckham?
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean or Hugh Grant?
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean or Princess Diana?
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean or Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
Hello, I'm John Spielman. I'm a rather ancient grandmaster. About 35 years ago I was in the world's top 10 and I played in the candidates match at one point, the semi-final of the candidates. I'm a Londoner. I've lived in London all my life except for when I was at university, and I'm delighted to be able to show you some of the highlights of chess life in London. I should say I'm in no way an historian, and that there will be people who, and possibly corpses, who are spinning at the thought of me talking about any chess history, but there we are. They'll have to spin. This is the Savoy Theatre in front of me, next to the Savoy Hotel behind me, which is where the 1993 World Championship match was held between Garry Kasparov and Nigel Short. It was a tough match for Nigel. Garry won very well in the first half, though the second half was about even. And I had several functions at this match. Before Nigel, I was eventually one of Nigel's seconds, but originally I'd been asked by Channel 4 to be on their broadcast, which was hosted by a woman called Carol Vorderman. She's a famous presenter in this country, and we had Dan King and I think Ray Keane. But I was the geek. I was the one with the computer who showed how eccentric and mad chess players are and how we tried to analyse games in a very mild sort of way. So we had a studio somewhere in there where we did that. And as we said, the press centre was in Simpsons, just round the corner from here. It's literally about 100 metres. So during the match, I was Nigel's second, and Nigel decided to play bishop c4 against the Najdorf, which was pretty sharp. A very, very brave thing to do. And the other main second was Robert Hubner, who sadly died this January. And we did a lot of analysis before there were chess computers which were remotely competent. And basically he was matter. He was the matter that I was trying to create fission or fusion in, fission I suppose, and I was the energy trying to smash his position up. And he proved to be incredibly resilient at not being bashed. I was incredibly impressed. Anyway, we did a lot of work on this opening line, none of which I can remotely remember now. And there we are. It was a very interesting experience being a second. I was also for Vichy later, which was different. That was in New York. I don't know what I can tell you about the match really. There was a stage, obviously. They played in it. We watched them play and we had some broadcasts. And yeah, I mean, these matches, they're always very singular because they create their own microcosm in which these two people are locked together in a way that they never will be at any other time in their lives, really. So they are fascinating, especially to be close to, but also rather terrifying because the amount of energy they take out of you. For instance, I think the second match I played with Nigel when he beat me, he said that in a week he lost a stone, which is basically 6 kilos, despite trying really hard to eat well and, you know, to exercise and everything. So it does really take it out of you. It's still a working theatre, and it's great that we have, this is the theatre district of London, or one of them, so there are many. We're in the Strand, or rather Simpsons is in the Strand, which is one of the main streets in London. We're at one end, at the other end of Charing Cross Station, and then Trafalgar Square, where I think we'll go and have a little look at, because it also has some connections with chess and is the principal square in London.
We are back, and joining us here in the studio, it is FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
And I know that you're playing chess for the FIDE team, so I'm going to ask, or should I not? How are you doing?
Yeah. Well, the team is doing well. We won 2 matches, lost 1 to Freedom. Freedom is a really strong team, though our chances almost in every game in that match either. I played only 1 game and lost mine. Close to at least making a draw at some point, even a very good position. So I like the dynamic of it. Just made a couple of wrong decisions, but that's fine.
But what's it like playing as a recreational player alongside grandmasters? Because
it's a lot of fun. I just played a few days ago. I just played my first rated tournament over the last 30 years in Linz in Austria. Blitz, 13 games. It was tough. Actually, I was exhausted after game 9, I would say already. But I was, well, probably because of my position also, I was lucky to get a fixed table on the stage. So I was always near the leaders. And the guys who were coming to play me were excited also to be on stage with them. So it's a lot of fun. I know most of them, most of the top players. We chat a lot. Sometimes analyzing games a bit, but of course they all know that my main duty is to organize things.
Yeah, and this is such a fabulous event. You know, it's such a unique composition. You know, with the lady board, the recreational board.
It is. This idea came to our mind together with our partners, particularly WR, just 3 years ago, and that was our vision to put different kinds of players together, not just one amateur, which was like a precondition, but also ladies and kids, and it works pretty well, I would say. And each year the event is stronger and stronger. Magnus is not here, unfortunately, but Hikaru is here, so nice substitute anyway.
Yeah. Well, not just. I mean, you know, if you look at the top 20 players in the world, I mean, so many are actually
Right.
playing in different teams. So and from different parts of the world.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's very exciting actually.
And for amateur teams, it's a huge experience being just near the top stars. So there are quite a few chess clubs from England, of course, from London in particular, but also people are coming from all around the world: Africa, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, like all parts of the world, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Besides playing for the World Championship crown, still in team.
And
event.
are you hoping to, basically make it, a regular thing? It's an annual event. I mean, this is the third year.
Already we see the interest from some countries to host the next one. So
Okay.
yeah.
So it's in its planning. So
sure.
fixed part of the calendar. Very nice. Yeah.
And it's in London,
Yes.
which obviously has a lot of chess history. And we saw during the break there was a nice video with John Spielman.
Yeah, Johnson does a good job in storytelling
Yeah.
about chess in London. Right?
Yeah, and we saw the scenes of the 1993 World Championship match, which I know, Danny, you were
right.
a commentator,
Yeah,
but you were also there.
it was my first visit to London ever. I was a student, and it was a holiday period, and I came for a week. My father worked at the match with Gary's team, and I was a happy spectator to a few games. So now we work together with Nigel, who was a competitor, so there are lots of memories about that match.
I mean, that was the theatre where it was stayed, the Savoy Theatre. I mean, it has such a reputation.
Yeah,
here.
central location, so
Yeah,
it's
brilliant,
it was really amazing. The match was interesting. I visited also the match in New York between Vichy and Gary at the top of the
World Trade
building.
Center.
Yeah, World Trade Center. That
That's extraordinary.
Also amazing. Well, half tragic, half like exciting. Yeah. It was exciting in '95, of course, and tragic in
of course.
a few years.
Yeah.
But it's something special, right, to have a big World Championship event in a big city.
It is, and it's not just about London and '93 event. The history of chess here is like part of British culture, London culture in general. So it's amazing. Maybe location not a very central one, but it's still very good. Hammersmith is a very nice neighborhood. So I like it.
Oh no, this is also there's World Championship history here in Hammersmith because the 2000 World Championship was played just down the road at the Riverside Studios.
Right.
So Kramnik and Kasparov, so
Yeah.
really close by. But as far as sporting events, there are lots of sporting events around here. There's the Queen's Tennis Tournament.
We
Queen's
see
Club.
all this red
but that's-
signs go to Queen's Tournament.
This is just down the road, and that's taking place right now.
But good, so some spectators still go to chess. Yes, not just to
still, yeah. But also there are 4 football stadiums very nearby to here. There's Chelsea,
Fulham,
Queen's Park Rangers, and the best football team, Brentford, just down the road from here.
Your favorite?
My favourite team.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, I mean there's actually a lot of sporting activity around here, and now again we have chess.
Now again,
so
chess.
it's great. Yeah.
Well, we are really happy to bring chess back to London after a few years. So of course, we had Mahindra Global Chess League last year, which is also a team event, also a lot of fun. And now this fun. So looking forward to the new ones.
Fantastic.
Definitely super exciting. And just again, a personal question. Will you be playing more games?
I think tomorrow, yes,
Tomorrow.
I'll play another game. Yeah. Since I played with white, now I need to play one with black. That would be fair.
Yeah, and are you getting some help from your teammates?
Yeah,
Because-
sure. They are helping a lot before the games.
Yes.
Not during the games. So.
It was very important not to get help during the games. But
Actually, the fair play team here is very professional, and even I was checked after the game. Yeah.
okay, well, it's nice to know that even as the president, you are not immune to the
No.
security checks. So it's very good. Thank you, Arkady,
Thank
for
you.
joining
Thank you.
us here in the studio.
Enjoy it here. I know it's a bit tough to work long hours here, but you will survive.
It's a
I'm
lot
sure.
of fun.
We will
and
survive.
We'll try and pop in one of your games at one point. And
Okay.
good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank
Thank you. Well, what an exciting event. And we're only 3 rounds in. I keep forgetting that because so much chess has happened. So let's actually have a look at the standings that we have after 3 rounds of incredible chess.
And well, we get treated to a beautiful view of the playing venue.
Oh, we do have the standings. Golly, I'm very glad they
Yeah,
appeared.
but you can see that Freedom Team MGD1, Hexamind, Uzbekistan, and WR Chess Team, they are on 100%, and they have 6 points. This is because for every team victory, they get 2 points. It's 1 point for a draw.
Yeah, we should mention, I mean, that's really important. It's not game points. You know, if you win a match 3.5, 2.5, bam, you get 2 points. If you win it 6-0, you get 2 points. That's the important thing. So, yeah.
Yeah,
there we go.
absolutely. Game points, sorry, match points, that is exactly what matters. And, well, we're coming to the fourth and final round of the day, so let's have a look at the pairings. And as always, it's going to be exciting because now the leaders are going to be facing off against each other. Freedom against WR Chess Team, Uzbekistan against Team MGD1, and there we see the English team, plus friends, Malcolm's mates, is playing against the Hexamind Chess Team.
And FIDE team is playing against Germany and France. So.
Yes, that's a very good pairing, actually. A lot of practice, a lot of. It's nice to see the FIDE team doing so well.
Thank you.
Yeah. And maybe we can dive in and just discuss some of those big teams because Freedom is Vishy Anand, Sam Sevian, Alexis Sarana. And well, before we dive into all of that, let's go on a break. And when we return, we are going to have all of the drama of the final round of the day.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
And we are back where the leaders are going to be playing off against each other. It's round 4. It's the final round of the day. Danny.
Yes.
Get it right. Let's just dive in and have a look at some of the matchups because it's exciting as always as we see 5 of the leaders on 100%, while at the end of the day, they're not going to be on 100%.
And I'm looking at that top board between Alireza Firuzja and Samuel Sevian. I'm very interested in that because Firuzja is on fire. He's playing so well. So can we dive straight in?
Definitely.
Look at that game.
Let's head there immediately. And Alireza Firuzja, 3 wins. He's definitely one of our candidates for person of the day.
So Gioca Piano, all regular so far. C3. Now, this is where I really think things get interesting because Sevian has played this very early bishop g5, which is really the trendy way of playing this opening, and it kind of raises the stakes because with the bishop on c5, outside the pawn chain, it can't come back to e7 to break that pin. So black is going to have to do something, and very soon we see Firuzja doing this move g5, which of course very committal, and then he even castles kingside, which is pretty extraordinary to do that straight after playing g5. So no fear whatsoever.
Yeah. And perhaps that's as a consequence of his incredible performance today, because he started off with a win against Grandmaster Matthew Turner, then it was a win against Grandmaster Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with the black pieces. We saw him defeat Nihal Sarin. Now he's playing black against Sam Sevian, very dangerous American Grandmaster. So he's like, hey ho, I want to fight. I'm feeling good. I am in great form.
But I'm really surprised at the way this has gone. So just backtracking a couple of moves. So it castles, and now h3 played it fairly quickly, and then bishop h2. I mean, that's quite a mild way of dealing with the position, of handling the position. You know, there are more aggressive ways to play this. You know, one could, well, one idea is to play knight f1 to e3 directly. I mean, I'm wondering about h4 as well. I mean, that's the most aggressive one. But yeah, h3 feels a bit tame to me. You know, it's not exactly trying to take advantage of, you know, black's slightly weakened kingside. So I don't know. Seems funny. Unless he just doesn't want to play g4, does he?
I was wondering about that.
Do you think that?
Yeah, I mean, why else would you tuck your bishop onto h2? Get out of the way, go g4, no kingside worry, and then you can just go knight f1, knight g3. Aha. Well, actually, I don't advocate going knight f1 until you have resolved the question of black's pawn push in the center with d5.
Right, yeah.
Once you have that under full control, then you can think about like relocating the knight to e3. But what is he?
Maybe that's the issue with playing g4 straight away, that perhaps one can simply give up a pawn. I don't know. It gets very sharp. Mm-hmm. You know, because this square is available for a knight. So, for example, in this position, it's a tough one. I mean, very, very unclear position. But anyway, we have this position is on the board. a4, played by Sevian.
There you're seeing queen to b3.
Rook e8 and then queen b3.
Yeah, you see, both players are angling for that break in the center. Queen to b3 is designed to stop d5, whereas rook t8 was just preparing this pawn break. Queen to e7 anyhow, so now that d5 is under lock and key, maybe it's time to go knight f1 and g4.
It's the move I've been desperate to play the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. There is no going forward for black here, so I love this, like knight f1, g4, get that knight onto the f5 square.
I mean, at the moment, I don't know. I'm not sure that white needs to play g4 in any case, because, you know, this knight is going to hop to there. at some point. So, but in any case, knight f1.
Yeah.
That's the move
We are pounding
we're
the
crying.
table.
We don't talk about pounding tables. We don't want that spreading. It's spreading from Norway. You've brought it with you.
I'm sorry. My bad. But I mean, it's a funny move, right? Knight to f1 to be really like saying we want to see this move. But I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The position is really closed. Both sides are angling at controlling those important key squares. And Ali Reza will have to come up with a plan. If Sam Sevian goes for this knight f1, maybe he'll go bishop to e6. Or if it doesn't drop on b7,
Yeah,
I think should
but
be fine.
yeah, maybe he's thinking about rook b8 and bishop b7. And bishop b6 is the move I guess he wants
It's
to
what
play.
I want to play.
Yeah.
If it doesn't lose the house after queen takes b7.
True. Yes, we better watch the house, but I mean, maybe he's just got to play rook b8 anyway. But the thing is, you know, in these Gioco Piano positions, there are so many questions that I never really quite understand the answer. So, for example, why did that bishop go all the way back here? Could it have sat on b6 instead? I mean, I don't know. It's so subtle.
It is very subtle, and often, like if you put the bishop on b6, it would have been vulnerable to a knight e4 jump at the right time if the bishop came to b5. I mean, that's one of the reasons I think that Gioco Piano is really difficult to play for both sides, because there's too many plans, and every person I commentate with, I say, hey, can you tell me all about the Italian? And they say no.
It's really difficult, and that's why actually for a lot of the top players, it's superseded the Spanish, which is actually a lot more forcing, whereas move order, you know, one slight difference in the move order in the Gioco Piano can have, you know, big consequences, basically. Should we move on to another board?
Yeah, let's work our way around this very important match. Freedom against a WR chess team. So let's have a look at Vasil Graf against Liam Lia. Oh, it looks like I was going to say it looks like a Scotch, but that's absolutely not. It was a Berlin.
Once again, I have a sense of disappointment. I mean, the thing is, I'm just going to backtrack. If white plays d3 here, then, okay, these are still very complex positions. But once we get to this position, well, it's interesting that Vasil Graf did not go into the endgame. He didn't play the Berlin endgame.
And he's one of the few grandmasters who is prepared to go into the endgame and grind it out.
Queen e2 instead, which doesn't have a brilliant reputation, because after this, you know, black has control over these light squares. So what's Maxime got in mind? Well, this is what he has in mind. And rook g3, wow. So playing incredibly aggressively, and well, the computer apparently likes this.
Well, there is bishop h6 posting up soon. What else do you have? You can... I mean, I would like to get the bishop into the attack. I would also... I think, Danny, you haven't commentated with me too much, but you can probably guess what I really want to do. Bishop e3, f4, f5.
Well, no, absolutely. We can go full Anglo-Saxon with the good old f-pawn. Yeah, maybe without bishop e3, if we could get that in.
I mean, is there also something to be said for bishop? I mean, I've suggested all the bishop moves, so I might as well kind of go for them all. Bishop g5 as well, just trade off the bishop pairs.
Okay, so bishop e3 played. So black's problem is this queen.
Yeah.
The queen is just in Siberia at the moment, needs to come back to somewhere more sensible. How can it do that? Well, queen a5, I suppose.
Are you trying to go queen b4? Take it into an endgame?
Well, that would be nice. That would be a nice idea. Well, first of all, I'm just attacking the knight. To be honest, it wasn't anything more sophisticated than that. I'm going to take your knight.
Okay.
Queen b4, well,
Okay.
that's a bonus.
Yeah, knight e2, I obviously don't want to let go of that.
Okay.
Very important piece.
Well, now I've got bishop d5 available. If I want it, bishop d5, queen g4, g6. Yeah, maybe that doesn't do so much. c4.
C4 is quite nice because it stops me playing C4.
The computer hates it. I'm going to put it back straight away. Maybe knight f4. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and suddenly the knight is threatening the bishop
Yeah.
on e6.
No,
knight
knight
h5
e2
is
is nice.
coming.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it just indicates actually that black has to play very precisely. And something that is making me nervous is that they say that when you want to attack your opponent's king, 3 attacking pieces, that's the magic number. And then with the knight coming to e2, with the queen, the rook, the bishop on e3 hanging around, you know, pointing that direction. Well, Liam will have to play precisely here. And I wouldn't necessarily be that surprised if I saw queen c6, but queen c6 is very ugly chess. Rook to d7.
He's played rook d7.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen c6. Do you know what? I was going to suggest queen c6, and I thought,
But
no, I can't.
No, I can't do it.
I'm not going to do it. I'll let you suggest
But
it.
the more I started looking at knight e2, you know, a c4. And
Okay, the reason why we're turning our nose up at queen c6,
it's like,
of
why
course,
would you cripple your pawn structure like
is this.
Yeah.
And no.
No, it's like you'd have to go. It's yeah. Let's remove that from our analysis.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, it might not be that bad after bishop f5 because it targets this.
Okay, well.
But I still.
It breaks all the rules, and unsurprisingly, didn't get played.
Didn't get played. No, but actually, maybe, you know, it's a very human reaction. We're not going to give ourselves these triple pawns, but it's not so stupid. Anyway, what did he do? Rook d7.
Rook d7. Okay, so now the question is, how are you going to continue the attack?
Well, come on then. You said it. Yeah, the problem with this actually might be bishop h4.
Oh, yeah.
Kick the rook and then can we play g6?
g6. And
oh no, it doesn't like g6. Oh, f5. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
So opening that up, no, g6 not good. Okay, so what doesn't it like? It obviously doesn't like something here. We could be back to queen c6 again.
Well, actually, f5 is very scary. So maybe you do have to go queen c6.
Oh no, but maybe thank you for black's move.
Yeah, and then pawn takes, and then bishop takes on f6, and then, yeah.
Maybe.
Beautiful pin.
Well, don't know. Interesting, but all right. We'll put the f pawn back because.
Okay. Rook to f1.
Rook f1. Has he played rook f1?
Yeah, he's played rook f1.
Ah, well now.
It was a mysterious rook move.
I guess he really wants to get this in. But yeah, I mean, considering the variations we've just been looking at, I don't know if it helps that much.
Okay, also, I mean, black's plan after rook d7 was to go rook to d8. Double on the d line. There you go.
Yeah.
And now f4. F5, as you predicted. E takes, but suddenly the position has opened up. There's a lot of danger here now for white, I'm going to say, because the position is opened up and he's grabbed the pawn on c5. Somehow or other, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I didn't see that. I just thought the bishop is headed backwards.
Now, what comp does black have here?
Looks like a lot of comp. The rook can come down to d2. The queen. What other ways? I mean, you've got to start targeting white on the light squares. So, I mean, in an ideal world, I'd love to get the bishop onto a good... he plays rook to e8, Danny, so no rook to d2.
No rook d2, no. Maybe after rook d2, he would just wonder if it's possible just to drop the bishop back, actually, and push the rook out. Anyway, rook e8 played.
Okay, well.
I want to bring this bishop to somewhere that's a bit more relevant. I don't know.
But there's no good way to coordinate the pieces. Complex game.
Yeah, I'm looking at something daft. Okay, I was looking at something crazy like this, and driving the king out, and then it's almost a mating net. Rook check. King f5, g4. Well, okay. It's fun. It's fun, but not.
Well, we do have some moves. We did see that the bishop what did retreat.
Ah, f5.
F5, bishop f7, and okay, there you see the queen drop back. Well, this is still really, really complicated, and things are going to get really sharp. Maybe we take a pause from this game, we keep everyone posted on the developments, and then let's just do a quick status updates on some of the games, because big match.
Okay, just to say, Ivanka, that actually I can see the eval bar after this last move, queen f3, has swung over to lay, and now apparently black is better.
Okay. But it's one move. Okay, so I'm just checking here. It's bishop to e5.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, and the rook is caught out there on g3.
Oh, I see.
And so white can mix things up by going f6, but this is computer chess.
Okay, so that gets crazy.
So it's a big moment.
Yeah, big moment. Anyway, let's move on. Where do you want to go next?
Okay, so MVL potentially in trouble, but let's have a quick status update on Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alexei Savrana. Alexei Savrana with the white pieces, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing for WR Chess.
Looks about equal, I guess.
Looks equal.
Two bishops, however, the pawns are doubled, and in fact, this constellation of a5, b6 with the bishop on c5 looks pretty stable for black. So, I mean, normally, I would like the bishops, but I think it's about equal.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Next one.
Okay, next one is between Wesley So and Heik Marty-Rosen. And Marty-Rosen playing with black pieces for freedom. Well,
let me just take that one in. This knight looks kind of nice
offside,
here.
doesn't it?
What is it, offside or is it rather good?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking king h2, king g3, but actually you cannot organize that. And maybe there's been some developments in the game that we've seen there on our screens. Maybe we can check in on that one, because this one is...
Okay, I mean, that's
strong.
actually a very, very interesting position, but do you want to go back to
Yes.
which one?
To Sam Sevian and Alireza Firouzja.
Okay.
Because when we left it, it was very, very tense.
Okay, so we had this position.
Yeah.
And g4, he did go g4.
And then how did Alireza respond?
Knight d8. Ah, very nice. Hopping around here. Take some control. Castles queenside. Wow, that's a brave move. Doesn't mind the f-file opening up.
Doesn't mind his bishop getting potentially trapped there.
Wow. But taking on e5, I mean, that looks scary. But in exchange, and rook f1. So the bishop finds a nice home on f4, and then king b1. Wow. I mean, who knows what was going on in that last sequence? I mean, it was really very scary indeed.
Yeah. But okay. Alireza has a bishop anchored there on f4.
I don't like the knight on d2. It's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, you're right. It's not on a good circuit.
I mean, I think what I'd like to do is actually move this bishop to one of these squares and then knight c4. Okay, so here, yeah, bishop d5. This is being played, and now knight c4.
Yep.
Who would you prefer to play, white or black?
Wild. I think it's anyone's game. Somehow I feel like, again, judging it on whose king could potentially be in more danger, it feels like Sam is the one.
I think I prefer white still.
You prefer white?
The computer thinks it's level, whatever that means. I mean, it's a very unclear position. Yeah, I just, as you say, that king is a little bit more exposed than white's. You know, king on a1, a2 feels very secure. And, you know, we could still hope one day to maybe hop this into f5. I prefer white here.
Okay.
Interesting game.
Tense.
Yeah.
Tense situation. Okay, so let's work our way down the other two games. And between Theodora Ignac and Alexandra Kostaniuk. Because there...
It started off as a trump.
It did begin as a trump.
And a strange trump.
And it's quite funny because whilst some of the players are in full-on endgame mode, here we're still 10 moves in.
Yeah, I mean, 10 moves in, and Ignat has only 2 minutes left. Is that correct? I mean, that's crazy. Kostaniuk has 7 minutes.
Yeah, and there we're seeing bishop to f4 being played, attacking the queen. Well, it's not going to be an easy position for white to play with no time on the clock, because you're just heating up. I mean, this is not elementary at all. Queen c6 is what I expect. Maybe some rook c1, rook d8, some more maneuvering. But whatever happens, Ignac has to speed up on the clock.
Okay, that's a tough one. Let's keep going on the tour.
Let's go to the recreational board, and there I just wanted to draw attention to Vadim Rosenstein is white, playing for WR chess team, whereas Sabartho Mani is playing black for freedom, just 9 years old.
Ooh, okay, so this is a tough one, and he's, well, 9 years old, and he's already, according to this rating, 1871. So this is going to be a tough one for Vadim, and actually he looks to be under some pressure here. The d-pawn is hanging. The king is kind of drifting a little bit towards the middle. Looks like a tough one for white here.
Yeah.
And
you have to go knight b3 to protect.
It's not a beautiful
d4.
square though, is it?
No. And the white king on f2 needs to scurry back to the corner.
I'm wondering about bishop e6 to hit this.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Okay, well, exciting stuff there on the first match, but there's also a fire on the board in the second match between Uzbekistan and MGD1. And we have to, of course, check out the game between Abdusattorov and Erigaisi, because look at this. 30 moves in, and we have a pawn on c7.
Well, this is typical Erigaisi, isn't it? There's just an explosion on the board. A pawn on c7, I mean, that's incredible, but Erigaisi is countering through the middle and on the f-file and on the king side. He just loves these imbalanced positions.
And talking about imbalance, well, he's just given up the bishop on f3. He's saying, I have got bigger things in my mind. Knight takes rook is his plan, followed by queen to d7. That is coldly calculated, Danny, because like most of us would just immediately retreat the bishop. There's a lot of pieces swarming around the white king.
Yeah. Okay, so Abdusattorov in his element here. Such a strong rapid play.
Yeah. And just to kind of confirm that black cannot capture that bishop.
Okay, let's just go through that. So
knight takes rook, rook takes knight, queen d7.
It doesn't look bad, does it?
And another queen will reappear on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking very difficult for Erigaisi. However, clock times, 5 minutes. Oh, no, not too bad. 5 minutes for Abdusattorov, 7 minutes Erigaisi. time not the issue, but I think the position is.
Well, Eric Geisty will need to initiate chaos however he sees fit.
Not
He
so
cannot
easy.
move the rook on C8.
I sort of instinctively, I want to duck this knight back somehow.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's quickly investigate that. So knight to E5. Where to go with the bishop? I'm not really sure about going bishop G2 because I feel that the bishop is needed just to cover the light squares.
H1, I don't know. It looks like a funny move.
If you go bishop H5.
Oh, bishop H5, wow.
Why didn't you suggest that? Oh, you wanted bishop H1?
Bishop H1, I was kind of
okay.
laughing at my suggestion.
I thought you wanted bishop H5.
No,
I was like...
No, thank you.
Okay.
Not great.
Okay, bishop H1.
Do you know what? I'd rather do that.
Okay. And then bishop takes bishop.
Yeah.
Knight to F3.
Knight F3. I was
knight
hoping
takes
just.
D3.
I was hoping
Okay,
just to take here, but this still looks good for white, doesn't it? That passed C pawn looks too strong.
Well, we see a move from Arjun, and he does play.
What's he done?
Let me just catch up with
I think
the
he's
board.
played knight E5, unbelievably. But we'd have to confirm that.
Yeah, knight to E5 being played. And now decision. Bishop E2, bishop G2. Bishop A1.
What a mad position.
Yeah.
Okay, this is great.
Okay.
But still, it does feel as though Abdusatorov should be better, wherever he moves that bishop somehow.
Well, we have a real mix of games at the minute, because in that match, if you go one board down to the game between Hari Krishna, who's a very solid player, playing against Sindarov Yavukir, he's a very tactical player. You take a look at this. Again, one counts the material, it's level, very balanced.
Very balanced, yeah. Can we move on from that one, please?
Yep, we absolutely can.
I suppose the only thing is white might pretend that he's better, but okay, I think it looks about equal. All right, next one.
And then we go down to Yakubov against Anton Kijaro. And this one, just because of the presence of this pawn on H4, it feels like black is the one that can push.
This is true.
So that would be something that MGD1 would be feeling very hopeful about. And then working our way down, we see Leon Mendonça against Vohidov Shamsuddin. This one is, again, very complex, because if white keeps control, then white is going to be better, because you control the open lines, you have a target on C5, and in an endgame, you have potential to push your kingside pawns.
Yeah, I just need to bring the king up to G3.
Yeah, exactly, G3, cover those
It just feels
squares.
better, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly potential for white there. It's interesting that, the computer evaluation is equal, but, we both have the same feeling here that white just has so many positional trumps there. The fact that these pawns are a little bit weak and this majority looks very attractive.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we're obviously overlooking some counterpunch here.
Yeah.
Is it, how can black do this?
Well, it's very complex, right? But the game will certainly go on for a long time there. You see rook c8 chosen, so black is banking on getting counterplayed by going c5, c4 at the right time. So still, trouble brewing in the midst. And if we just work our way down, just so that I can kind of keep abreast of all of the games.
Sure.
And then we have Kamdamova against Sulakidu. And there, you're seeing that. Again, count the pawns.
Okay, I've counted the pawns. It's kind of equal. But, I mean, to my eyes, it seems okay for black, although the computer thinks white's a little bit better, but feels okay to me, for example, after this exchange. Oh no, now it does like black. Okay, let's go back. So what's it got in mind? Probably just moving the queen back then. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. Feels to me like black is okay. I love that knight on c5. Because it ties the knight to defending the pawn on b3. So, okay, a lot to play for. And last board, or have we moved?
Yeah, no, that we need to look at the last board, which is Imam Kuzivir against Athava. And
Let's
that
see.
one looks like it's advantage to MGD1. Yeah, I mean, black has an active rook on c2, but I'm a big fan of getting pawns on d5, a5. The bishop is anchored on b6. There's a massive square for the knight to jump into on f5, and black's kingside pawns are ruined, I tell you.
I believe you.
Yeah. So it's looking...
That looks pretty promising.
It looks very promising for Uzbekistan.
G5 now.
So
Looks like the knight is going to find another route into the position.
wow. Even better, right?
Yeah, so
Lovely
basically,
move.
you know, these moves. Very interesting, but yeah, looks promising. And also, this bishop isn't going to have to move at some point. So now knight g4, knight g4, knight g4 played. Yeah, this is fantastic,
This is fantastic.
for white.
Okay. So, looking very tense in that particular match. It does look like it's advantage Uzbekistan. What?
Hang on, I've just got to see this. We have a result already. Garwin Jones has defeated Levon Aronian.
Okay.
Oh, it just looks like a blunder. Okay, so in this position, Levon played knight e4, attacking the rook, and after f4, the queen has to move away and simply queen takes knight. So knight e4, just a big blunder, basically.
Well, definitely a welcome victory for
Yeah.
Gawain, who did lose 2 in a row. So to beat Levon Aronian, and Malcolm's mate's doing very well against Hexamind.
And Michael Adams has drawn with Anish Giri. So, you know, that a very decent result for Malcolm's mate so far. 2 games gone, they're 1.5 half up. And should we have a quick look at Nikita Vichigov?
Yep.
Oh, now that's a very theoretical position. I recognise this. No, it's not. I thought it was from a Caracan. It's not. It's this. Let's take a look. And white is better. How much better? Could be quite serious, actually. As this knight is pinned, king is tied here. Now, how quickly can we scoot the king over?
That would be great. Also, this pawn on a6 is just an eternal weakness.
This is true. Yeah.
Well,
that's an interesting one.
Definitely interesting. They were seeing that Leonid Dominguez probably with a big advantage against Nikita Vichigov. Maybe we go back to the top match between Freedom and WR chess team, because the clock is ticking down, and as always, things are heating up. So, yeah, like what is happening here? Sam Sevian, Ali Reza Firouzja has had a great start. Won 3 games in a row. Now he's got the black pieces, and we were discussing king safety. Sam Sevian is a lot of pawns up. 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up. Can we just see how we got there?
Quickly, because Sam's down to 50 seconds on the clock.
So he's raided the queen side, won a couple of pawns. However, the lines are opening. And, you know, when we spoke earlier, I was saying that I preferred white simply because white's king was more secure than black's. But having taken these pawns, of course, the lines are opening. And, I mean, Ali Reza is deadly in these kind of positions. He's so sharp. So although he's 2 pawns down, this is very hard for white to control, actually.
Yeah, big threat on the board, for instance, like rook to b8. And it's going to be impossible for white to defend the knight on a5.
So, I mean, I'm looking at strange moves
Yeah.
like this, and then rook b8 and queen a5. Is this still okay? Queen d7?
He's made a move. He's played knight c6.
Knight c6, wow.
And, well, here anything goes, because...
The computer was not impressed.
No, probably wanted that knight around the white king somehow or other.
Yeah, I mean, how's rook I think this might be the problem, rook d6. Because the a pawn is loose.
Well, there you can hide to e8.
Okay, is this... Is this
'Cause I was worried about your...
The eval bar, it just, if I hang on long enough, it's just keeping on dropping.
Oh, no.
Okay, so there's obviously a huge move here. Is this good, rook e6? No, not impressed. No, not rook e6.
Rook a6. Well, we should
Rook
catch up
A6.
with the players because
Okay,
it's sharp.
so queen...
Queen b5. Rook b6. So no queen to d8. Yeah, you want the queen around the king. So queen c4. Only move.
The problem is that Sevian only has 30 seconds left.
And he's facing one of the best attackers in the world, Ali Reza Firouzja, who is so good in these type of positions. Queen to b7, lining up against the b pawn. Now, Sam, he's a fantastic player. And these youngsters, they're really, really calm. They get themselves low on time. So I'm expecting rook to b1 or rook f2. Can't quite make up my mind.
Rook f2, yeah, instinctively I want to play rook f2. But
He goes rook f2. Yeah, rook to b1 felt a bit wrong, right? Once
I'll
you
be
see
worried about getting mated on the a file.
Exactly. And now Ali Reza has to find a way to generate counterplay. So
It's not easy.
no, the queen is such an excellent defender there on c4.
At some moments, I want to come back to this position, because this is where apparently black is doing okay. I want to try and discover what the move is. But in any case, let's follow the live position.
Maybe you needed to stop, actually, because if the queen is so good on c4, maybe you needed to stop the transfer with rook to b8 first.
Okay.
And then...
We'll go back and look at it
Yeah.
afterwards. So Ali Reza is now down to a minute. This is not easy because Sam has some kind of control here.
He only has 15 seconds on the clock. No control over that. He's moved the bishop to e3. So now, where to put the rook? Rook f1? No, rook e2. Rook c2.
Ah, he's targeting the e4 pawn. So, isn't it incredible? We were kind of thinking, well, how does he find anything? And suddenly, Ali Reza has found an idea.
So I'm expecting...
Oh my word! Rook takes e4. I mean, is a4 hanging?
I was expecting queen d5, but okay, now you've got to go queen b5.
But this is extraordinary how Ali Reza has managed to generate this play. Oh, just in 2 moves. And he's turning it around. So what's the score now? Well, black is still a pawn down. However, pieces are very nice, and white's king is under fire.
Yeah.
Sevian has no time. He has no time left. b3. Knight d4, he's managed to get it. It's going to get to f5, the dream square. That's what we've been saying ever since Ali Reza played g5 on move 7 or whenever it was.
Well,
and he's done it with a bit of pinning trickery. Very nice.
well, I'm expecting moves like king h7. Just make sure the knight doesn't land on f5 with check. And he does, king h7.
Nice.
I mean, the queen on d5 is so well placed. It protects f7. It also just menaces the white king. And we're seeing a5. Oh, Sam Sevian just raising the stakes, as now Ali Reza will have to deal with that runaway a pawn. And he drops back with the rook to e5. Okay, big threat. Pawn takes knight.
Okay, surely we want to ram it in on f5. What's he done? No, he's gone back. He
Yeah,
wants...
because he didn't want rook e1.
Oh, was rook e1? Was that so strong?
It just looks scary.
Followed by queen d1.
Queen d1.
This is true. I was hoping for something scurrilous at the other end of the board, like queen b6, attacking h6. But anyway, he's gone for knight e2. That's kind of, it's a bit safety first.
Yeah, but I can understand it. You don't have much time. If you jump in with your knight could be on an adventure where your white king needs you. So I absolutely understand the drama here. Knight to e2, forcing Alireza to think. Alireza now ticking down to under 20 seconds.
So evening up.
Yep.
They're both basically playing on the increment. Now he's under 10 seconds.
And he has to find a move. King g7. Okay, but a6. Let's go.
I've got a plan. I've got a plan. He didn't do it. What did he do?
No, he went king
king
b2.
Everyone took a timeout with the king.
Well, now the queen comes down to d1.
Okay, queen d1.
Yeah, now a6. Come on.
a6, come on.
Just
come
start
on.
turning the screw.
There we are, a6.
And now, how is Alireza gonna stop the pawn? Okay, he comes in with the bishop to
Bishop
d2.
d2. Oh, this is...
But now a7, right?
Yeah, but then you take the knight.
There is that.
Then queen takes rook, queen takes, and you make a new queen. Yeah, a7.
a7.
Punt it. What's Alireza got in mind after a7? Incredible.
He does it, a7.
Here we go.
Okay, bishop c3 check. Being sad, suggested. Rook takes, and wow, queen takes, rook on the board.
And now new queen. There we go. It's on the board.
Yeah, and...
Okay, he's played queen d... Okay, but this is winning for white now.
Yeah, it does look winning.
Is the exchange up?
All he has to do is exchange of queens,
just needs
to secure the king.
Centralize the queen. There was a little flurry of action there. I would say queen g2. Queen g2, it's got to be the move.
Okay, queen c6 makes perfect sense. Start hunting down the c5 pawn.
What's he done? Bishop here.
Wow.
Queen c7. He's still playing very actively. Wants this. I'd have dragged the queen back and gone for safety first, just batten down the hatches.
And this is actually really big for the standings in terms of also the match, because Vadim Rodenstein, he lost to Mani, 9-year-old Mani Sabato.
Okay.
And it's looking, let's have a look.
He's at 5 seconds, he's under.
Yeah.
Queen c8. Okay, he's perhaps looking to just switch back to f5. Got to be happy with an exchange of queens. You would have thought, although there's a majority. Is he going to risk queen f5? It should be winning for white, but that's not absolutely clear. He's done it. Now, that's risky because, oh no, he took on h3. He didn't go for it.
And now you see a check.
Okay, you need to activate the rook.
Well, also he needs to build up that time on the clock. Just
Rook e2, surely.
he throws in a few checks just to get those extra 10 seconds per move.
Sound.
And now rook e2.
Rook e2, it's got to be rook e2.
And we're seeing
what
results.
happened to Kosniuk Inyat?
Yeah,
Oh, draw.
So, freedom.
He's gone rook e2, bishop f4, and now the queen goes to f6. Exactly, bishop f4, queen f6. So mate threatened with rook e8.
Freedom are leading by 1 point. If Sam does it,
then
they'll be leading by 2 points.
Oh, bishop e3, he's hanging on. I mean, that bishop, it's so flimsy on e3. It feels like one killer move from white will do it.
Whatever you're expecting.
Check
Queen
on
E7.
D. Check.
Be careful, you don't want to be going queen to d8 and then
Well-
queen to d3. You know?
Well, bishop c1, king c2, actually. I think it was. Well, who knows? I think it was still okay
yeah,
for white.
it was okay.
There has to be a killer. But not when you've got much time. When you've got no time, this is the problem. And now Sevian is down to, just
12
coming down to
seconds.
10 seconds. It's incredible how
Now
Ali
he's
Reza is
under-
managing to survive. It's extraordinary.
Under 10 seconds, he grabs the pawn on h6 after some last-minute checks. And now, Ali Reza, I suspect that he might go c4 or something. Just initiate chaos.
It's a randomizer.
Yeah, exactly.
Woof. Very tense.
Extremely
I
tense.
think he.
And
I think
now-
he knows the game might be up here.
Well, Ali Reza now ticking under 20 seconds. He throws in c4. He's going for that pawn. He just wants to open up lines against the white king. And Sam, 10 seconds to react to this. b4. Makes a lot of sense. Closing that avenue down.
By the way, he might also want to play rook h2 in this position. That's the,
Oh, yeah, that would be very good. Threaten checkmate on h8.
Queen f4.
There's no checks abound.
No checks.
Rook h2. He's reaching for the rook.
It's got to be. Oh yeah, but now he
I
can
know.
exchange queens.
Exactly.
So queen h7, queen h8. If nothing else.
Yep, he will put it in the bank.
There we go. And that b pawn should be sufficient to win the game.
The c pawn will also fall. King e7, rook c8. C pawn is going.
f5, last chance.
But it's tricky. Ali Reza fighting until the very end. Do you capture on c4 and allow the black pawn to f4? Do you capture on f5? So Sam quickly captures on c4, but now you have to go f4. Oh, he's bringing the king.
Interesting. It ain't over till it's over. I mean, it's extraordinary how Ali Reza is
Keeps on fighting.
still hanging in there.
And he's looking around, and you know, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did win against Liam Le, so the score is level for the time being. So everything is going to be hinging on this particular game and the game between Wesley So and Heik Martirosen.
King b3, he wants to bring his king over. So surely he's got to take on g4 now and play king f5. Only chance.
Take. What is Ali Reza's plan after rook takes g4? Is it to go bishop f4?
I think rook g4, king f5, he's just got to punt it.
But now you can just drop the rook back.
Ah, he wants to, king f4, rook takes bishop. This is what he wants. Okay, let me just show that very quickly. So this is what he wants. And both sides queen, but then there's a skewer.
Yeah, we've seen that pattern as well in earlier rounds.
We have. And there we go. So that's the trick.
Yeah.
Of
So-
course, Ali Reza sees it. So where's the bishop move? Not easy. That's an excellent move to win a tempo. So the bishop, if it goes back, it just wins a tempo. And then we can start pushing.
Well, he drops the bishop all the way back. Now the c-pawn comes rolling, and now the king comes. And this was just to highlight the trick. Bishop comes in, but now c5. And there's just no way that black can fight against the march of the 2 pawns. C5 is such a nice move because you're queening on a light square.
Yeah, should be winning. I mean, the bishop can still come back to b6, but c5, king c4, and then push the b pawn.
Exactly.
Should be winning.
And here, maybe we get a chance to show the trick. Because rook, if you go g4.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. It takes... No, this one...
No, this one doesn't work.
This one doesn't work, no. Because black is...
Queening first.
Yeah. Okay, let's just get back to where we were. But I think when you can give up the rook for the g-pawn and then bring the king through. So it's gone c6, bishop b6 now. Okay, that's nice. G2, rook behind the pawn, and then bring the king, basically. That's the secure way to do it.
And with this victory, Sam Sevian would secure a draw for the team against the mighty WR chess team. And there we see Ali Reza desperately try. He's setting the tricks, right? You can't go c7 because the bishop takes c7. But in comes the king, and now...
Oh, still going.
He comes up with crafty ideas every single move.
Okay,
Bishop
so
d3.
I guess he's going to give this now, and then just come in with the king.
It's not really what you want to calculate when you just have seconds left on the clock,
How
but
much
it should
has he
be
got?
fine.
I think he's got enough now.
He's
yeah,
taken
done
the
it.
pawn, and now king to c.
King c5, push the b pawn.
b5, exactly.
I
Nothing
think.
is going to stop. Okay, he can also do it this way. He can just walk the king round. And there we have handshake. Sam Sevian wins. And that means that it's a draw between Freedom against WR chess team. Ali Reza looks around, but he's had a fantastic day. You know, he won against Matthew Turner. He won against Shakarian Mamyajarov. He also won just now against Nihal Sarin. Okay, he finished the day on a loss,
But that was
still
unfortunate.
An incredible performance.
Yeah, okay, that was actually really well played by Sam.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if we can go back to that position. I can't even remember which position we were talking about. Do you know what? It was way back here. It was
a wild game. Because there was a point where it looked like...
It was this position.
Yes, it was... what move?
This was move 32, and rook d6 from Ali Reza was apparently a mistake. But what I want to know is, instead of rook d6, the machine believes that black is absolutely fine here. I wonder if it's simply rook b8.
Because we saw the white queen was so effective on c4. She was not only aggressive, but also incredibly defensive. So now there's no way the queen can work her magic on c4.
So basically, this threatens a draw. So rook b6, the queen comes to e8, rook goes back to b8, and it's a draw by repetition. I think that's it.
But that's such a subtle move, right? And only with the benefit of hindsight do you see like how instructive it was, how impactful it was to get the queen to c5. And, well...
Sam did brilliantly.
It absolutely did. And what that means, I think that most of the teams have finished.
Have
and
we
at
finished?
the top, Team MGD1 are the only team remaining with 100% after they defeated Uzbekistan. So just
really?
Give
My team favourites, the Uzbeks.
Yes.
They went down.
Well,
disaster.
Nordibek Abdusattorov, he did beat Arjun Erigaisi, but it was victories for Leon Mendonça, and on the recreational board on Athava, they won there. So
wow,
3.5, 2.5. Also, Malcolm's mates. The English team,
did they do
plus
the
their
biz?
friends, they did do the business against Hexamind chess team.
Fantastic.
And yes, Gawain beat Levon Aronian, finishing the day on a high. Nikita Vichigov lost to Lenia Dominguez, as we expected. His position was quite tricky. And
Šarić lost?
Yes, Šarić
But
lost.
Bulmaga won.
And so did Omarov.
Okay, let's just... I haven't seen this. Another very interesting pawn end game. And... Okay, Bulmaga played b4. Whoa, this looks scary. Okay, this is equal. And apparently king e4 is a mistake. Let's just see how the game went. King e4. And white got there. But king e4 was a mistake.
Yes, king and pawn in games.
Tricky. Do you play
they're their own
c5 first?
creatures.
You play c5 first. Apparently that's the move. Not, absolutely not obvious, but... Here?
And then now you need to throw in a check.
Yep, here, and...
And...
Is it saying this should be a draw, basically? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Understanding those moves is a bit tricky. But anyway, I was just curious.
Also, let's bear in mind the players probably didn't have too much time.
No,
left on the
absolutely.
clock.
No. Listen, I'm not casting aspersions at all. This is, I mean, I'm trying to understand it myself, basically.
No, but it was great result there. So
Right. Do we have the scores on the doors?
yeah,
What's
so
happening at the
we
end?
will
What are the
have
standings?
we will have a complete list of the actual results, but
In about an hour and a half. Can you all hang on there?
but of course we do have the player of the day to decide. So,
yes.
So
That's a tricky one.
Well, I think just because Ali Reza was so impressive in the beginning, and his attack against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in game 2 was just absolutely astounding. I think he deserves it because of that.
Okay, let me see if I can... No, I'm not allowed to touch anything on the screen. I'm not allowed to go off screen. That'll mess up the whole system. Okay, so listen, I can't think of anyone else at the moment, so Ali Reza.
Yeah, I mean, he had the hardest pairings of all, from the beginning. First round, Grandmaster, Matthew Turner. Second round, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Third round.
And it was a great game.
And, well, okay.
It's official now.
It is
you
official.
Can't take it back.
Absolutely. Ali Reza Firouzja, okay, it was a tough fight against Sam Sevian, but he was incredible in his other games. So, well-deserved player of the day for Ali Reza Firouzja.
And actually, I thought the way he put up so much resistance in that game against Sam was incredible.
He kept finding those tricks just when you think it's over, he's going to resign. No, in comes another trick. So absolutely great stuff. And, well, one team with 100%, that is MGD1, which is led by Arjun Erigaisi. They beat Uzbekistan with 2 important victories. But, wow, it's been a day of action so far.
It's been a blur.
It really has.
There's been so much interesting stuff. I'm going to go home tonight and just kind of recap and, pick out a few games and, it's
It all
but
began
very,
really
very
smoothly.
interesting.
It all began very, very smoothly with WR Chess winning against the Sassy Seniors. They put up a good fight, but in the end, it all went one way with 6-0. And that was very much the pattern of the round. All the favourites playing the underdogs, and somehow the underdogs didn't really get too many.
There were odd
score results, I would say.
A few little upsets, but actually mainly the favourites had it. So just this MGD1 team leading. This is kind of half an Indian team, isn't it? With Erigaisi and Hari Krishna and Mendonça and Athava as well.
Yes.
Plus Solakidou.
She's from Greece.
Yeah.
And then David Anton
is from Spain, of course, yeah. So a pretty hot team, it has to be said.
Very strong.
Yeah.
To be fair. nearly every single
Yeah.
team has
It's
has the super grandmasters, have the grandmasters, have the talent. I mean, it's
It's a great lineup.
unpredictable. But
Yep.
yeah, we began really smoothly. Round one, all back to business. It went as expected. Round two, well,
I can't even remember round two. Tell me what happened.
I can remember round two because we had that spectacular game, that spectacular matchup, and I think it's well worth everyone going back and revisiting this game where Ali Reza, with the black pieces, had to play Shakriar Mamadov.
Yeah, he crushed Mamadov.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And XYZ just didn't have a chance. And
G takes H5. That was the
G
cool
takes
move.
H5.
Yeah.
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant game. I would say, obviously, you know, the teams are getting stronger and stronger at the top, so it's a lot of close battles, but somehow or other, the favourites just pushing through. Malcolm's mates, though, they did drop heart at one point after they drew against the Spanish team. With
Yeah, but they're not to be underestimated. So they've won their round 4 match. And, you know, I think it's really interesting. You know, Michael Adams, he was the blocker against Anish Giri. You know, Mickey, as we know, is so experienced. And then, I mean, actually their team is kind of unpredictable, Malcolm's mates, because Gawain and Luke on the top 2 boards, they're both really enterprising players. But they have a lot of swings in you know, in their strength, their abilities. You know, sometimes they make really random moves. So yeah, they're a really interesting team actually. Kind of unpredictable, but the women's board, Irina Bulmaga. She's good.
She's very good.
Yeah, yeah.
She was silver medalist at the European Women's earlier this year, so she's an incredible player. She's a professional chess player as well,
Yep.
you know, just playing chess. But round 3, yeah, well, it was definitely a day of excitement. Round 3, round 4 just kept on bringing the drama. I think it's time for us to put day 1 in the books. I mean, what a show. We have one team, MGD1, that is in the lead, but everyone else is playing catch-up. And tomorrow, who knows what it will bring. Danny,
It was a
has
pleasure. It
been
was great
a
fun.
blast.
And
Yeah.
more tomorrow.
Absolutely, more tomorrow.
2 p.m.
Yes.
2 p.m. and 4 more rounds tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone at home, for watching and joining in the fun. And tomorrow, well, the race continues. Who will be leading by day 2? Well, we'll find out. So see you tomorrow. Thank you.